Welcome, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Good morning. How are you all doing? Sorry, I'm trying to fix the mic a little bit. So, welcome Grumpy and welcome Lisa and welcome Julia. Yeah, perfect timing, Julia. For real, like, amazing. And hi, you did. So, how are you all doing? And welcome in the stream. It's a beautiful day so far. Oh, okay. I was just about to say, like, why is the chat box not low? Oh, we might actually need the different chatbot here as well, otherwise it won't really work. Like, having this in here is kind of not perfect. We disable that we have. And I like I don't really know if like this is pretty, you know? Like it is kind of like not perfect. Ooh. Wait a minute. I think I can do better. I think I know how to do better. Let me just do that real quick. I think it was called classic or default. Maybe default, we'll see. That looks good. That does look good. Okay, wait, it does have a like chatbot behind. That's a well, like classic instead. I need some more chat messages, people. Keep it coming. I need to test the new widgets. Or the new looks of them. Still, maybe it's called transparent. Transparent. More. As soon as you said that, no one typed anything. I know! I was waiting for so long. Can I maybe... widget size? Okay, I do have to, like, if we want it without the boxes, which would be way prettier. I should be logged in some. Give me a second, guys. Wait, there is one called transparent. There's literally one called transparent. Transparent. Am I? Wait. This is precisely how it looks. It is not transparent though. It is not, in fact, transparent. Even though it really should be. We got it. We got it. Is it easy to read though? I feel like the font size could be bigger. Let me see if I can make that work. Somewhere in this link should be 22. There it is. So let's instead go to... Doesn't need to be so much bigger. Maybe 26? Can also see if there's like other... I do agree it's kind of low, the contrast. Oh my lord, I did like this, not good. There is one of the themes which is called like, which is like putting them in a line essentially. I mean, I guess we could also use that one. Definitely looks better, but it also doesn't have a background color. You can change the font. I didn't even know. Oh my god, this is sick. But I'm not sure if we do want to change it though. Oh, this font is terrible. We're gonna stay with the default, that's better. We're gonna do it in 26 and then we're gonna try that one. Sorry guys, that there's always like something like we need to change with the stream setup recently. Okay, now you see absolute nothing. Like, this is terrible. Oh my lord. Yeah, okay, let's stay with transparent. Let's put it at 26. I think that's good. I can't change the color of the messages though. So we gotta somehow like sort of make it work with like just making it bigger. This is the new size. This is 28. Really? I mean, that's definitely better, but like, how about a longer text? There's a longer message, blah blah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I guess. I can't do that. I just thought about like maybe I can put a color filter like just on top of everything, but then we would change the logos and everything. And I don't know if that's okay. I'm like too scared to do it. I mean, should we do this or we have another option, right? The other option would be that we take the chat box like in the other scene and I just remove the this entire part here, essentially. And we just put the chat here instead. But I feel like then it won't look like this nice, maybe. You know? Do we want the black outline? Okay. I really hate the look of the black outline, but I do understand that it's more readable that way. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's... All right, so let me catch up with the chat. You're stuck at work, Grumpy? Ooh. Well, on my side, it's going like pretty good. Apart from that, I'm like, I don't know, I got like so unhappy with the stream, like with the aesthetic look of the stream. I just... I'm like ready to do, like to redo all of this. Like, I feel like there's so much going on, like so the idea was, right? The idea was, with this, shelf, that the things wouldn't stand out as much. Like, the idea was, okay, like, there's gonna be, like, stuff for sure, right? Like, I like the, like, to show off the dice and, like, you know, like, this sort of, like, a memoir type of wall, right? Like, everything which, like, is, like, back from our childhood or, like, back from a couple years ago and, like, everything now. Like, this is, like, so much character, right? And I do love that. The only thing is, so when it's dark, this looks way better. Because then you have more, like you have light here, which is like making me pretty bright, but this part is darker. But now that I stream only at daytime, and we have like this amount of window, it's way too light to actually make this stuff work. Like the brown color looks way more like cold than it usually is. And the black just makes it like even colder, and then all of the like bright things like really stand out, and I hate that. So I'm considering to like redo the entire back part of the stream. Because I don't like how it looks. But maybe there's a different way we can like pull it off with like a different overlay. But I don't know how that would really look like. Like I'm so... I don't know, I just don't know right now. So, yeah. And hi, Tiger. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Yeah, this is Zig. No. Zig is at work. Yes, his office day today. So I can use the chair for the cat. Or it has portrait lighting. Makes the background darker in post-editing. Oh my god! Why is this so big? This shouldn't be this big. It really shouldn't, actually. Like, what? Oh my god, wait. Where's the... This is way too big. Let's have it here or something. And it's also the wrong color because yeah, don't get me started, guys. Don't get me started on the overlay. It's work in progress. I switched some things. Now nothing fits together. I'm going insane. I don't want to think about it. And thank you for the follow, and let's do stretch. Tuesday showed me to the car. I was utterly content with myself. DJ said it's done. The gig day, the schedule. Follow-ups are in sight. Several musicians praised my work. I learned everything myself. With the extra bone. Capacity. But how do you mean it like shook you to the core? You did. I mean, this sounds good, no? Or is this like what is the part which is like overwhelming you? Or in what way is it overwhelming? German? Well, I mean, if you don't know how to say it in English, you can also say it in German. Because like I know German and I can moderate German, and then I can try to translate it. But it would be better in English. And the stream's main language is definitely gonna stay English. So, yeah. But like, if you don't know some words or you don't know how to say something, like before you say nothing, you know, say it in German, and we're gonna make it work. I can't scroll up right now. Oh, no, I can. Whenever there's a stream with chat in a different font, that throws me off. Oh, really? Like you like the Twitch font just everywhere? Hi, City. It is like it was being sold as a cat bed, so it's like it is a basket, but within there's like a pillow which is like sort of like, you know, like has sides to it, and also the bottom part. Yeah, but he seems to like really like it, and it withstands some of his like biting, chewing behaviors. So that's, you know, that's not too bad. Up and down. Yes, that's a thing. It is good. All is good, and I'm content with myself. That's new. That's interesting that you describe it as overwhelming. Is there a part of it which is negative. Because sometimes, like, everything being good can make us, like, pretty anxious, right? Can feel like, oh no, like something's gonna go wrong now. Like, it's too good to be true in that regard. And sometimes it's just really like it's a new feeling. But in that case, I maybe wouldn't describe it as overwhelm, but more just being like, huh, that's different. Like feeling like maybe like confused or surprised. And I guess, in a way. So which direction is it going, Judith? I would buy my cat a gold-plated bed, but she would still like to sleep in Amazon boxes. Yeah. It's literally like whenever we get like a bigger box, we just like keep it for the cat to like, you know, like he really loves to like, I don't know, take boxes apart, like chew on them and all of that kind of stuff. So we just keep them and let him like go ham and then throw them away at some point. But he does really love boxes. Best possible toy piece of string. Oh, with the piece of string, I'm actually kind of, I would be worried that he's gonna like eat it. Because he definitely would if he can. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I don't know. He also ate a hair tie once. He thankfully like spit it out again. But he stole it in the middle of the night from a kitchen countertop. He's usually never like going on. But I don't know what. Like there's a specific look of hair tie he just goes crazy for. Like it's not the regular ones, but just I don't know. It's like a really odd form. It's like a. Let me see if I can like find it. But it's like I only ever had in my life like 2 of these hair ties. No. It's like I find like similar hair ties, but like not really that hair tie type he's like going for. Because it's like not the scrunchies and all of that. It's unusual apparently. You don't like just find it. I don't know. The thing is like I would show you the actual hair tie, right? But we threw it away after you like spit it out again, obviously, because it was disgusting as hell. But yeah. They don't eat so much. Yeah. I mean, then, like, definitely, like, you can do that. But, yeah, I don't know, he's stupid enough to eat it, for sure. Also, a cat that isn't allowed on the kitchen counter will not go on the kitchen counter when you're there. Well, we trained him with, like, aluminium foil. So he had like at some point, like in the beginning when we put like aluminium foil first there, like he jumped on the kitchen counter once, wasn't able to see the aluminium foil beforehand, hit the sink area where the aluminium foil was only like laid over, broke through the aluminium foil and like in the middle of the night, and you just I don't know. So I think that must have been the scare of his life. So that part, so we have two kitchen counters, right? Like the back one and the island. So the back one, that's the one with the sink. And I've never seen him even interested in that kitchen counter anymore. Like, I think that part is now, like, essentially, like, he's never gonna go there anymore. But the island, he went on twice again recently. So we put aluminium foil again on it to just make, because it's like, it's easier for him to get on that one because there's chairs, like sort of these like bar chairs in front of it. So yeah, and he can't like really fall through anywhere with the aluminium foil, like it's just sitting on top of it. So it makes like a tiny crunch, but like not too much. So I don't think he like, you know, like learned too much from that, but also his learning capacity is like quite limited. Like at one point he threw down a radio and like actually hurt himself. And then, I don't know, like a week later or something, he again tried to like catch a fly behind the radio and nearly throw it down again. And where it's just like, bro, you were like being a drama queen for the entire rest of the day that day when you hurt yourself. Like you pretended like you were going to die even though you absolutely weren't. And then you're like not even 1 week doing the same exact thing again. Like, yeah. He also has like absolutely no concept for like thinking 2 steps ahead. So this whole thing of like if there is a fly, like he's gonna turn to the stupidest animal available, really. Like he's not gonna think about like what happens if I jump and then fall. Like that's too far. Like it's like I'm gonna jump and catch the thing, and what happens after that is really none of my concern. Like if I'm gonna die because I like fall off somewhere, I crash into something, or if I'm gonna hurt myself, or like an entire chair is gonna fall over, who cares? I caught the fly. Like the you know, like there's priorities in life. And life is just not the priority, but it's the fly. So I don't know, like he wouldn't survive in the outside world, but you know, he doesn't have to, thankfully. I'm glad you like the emote, Fall City. I love that one too. Is like aluminium, is that, so that's the American way. So how would you say it in like the British way? Oh, you tried that? And yours just like chewed, ripping apart and played with the aluminium foil? Well, that, unlucky really. Like we train, like most of our stuff of like don't go there is being trained with the aluminium foil, so. American way is aluminium. And what is the British way then? Aluminium? What? Google will know. Huh?
This word and with the spelling, so keep watching until the end for that. So in British English, this is how we say this word. It begins with the A vowel, just like you find in the word at.
We'll get to it.
Aluminium. Aluminium. Aluminium.
Isn't that the exact way I say it? Aluminium? I'm so confused. Aluminum is American. But I'm saying aluminium. No? Like, I didn't say aluminum, I'm pretty sure. But then I did say it in the British way, not in the American way. Yeah, the American way is then like aluminum, right? Now? So before I read the message from Judith and was like, yeah, but this is how I said it in like the British way. And now that I said it the American way, I'm like, but now I read it and it's like, it sounds like the American way. Like, so this is really one of those things where like, I'm not helped with these things apparently. Like, I just look at them, I like make them, like they can sound however still. Oh. But yeah, anyways. And hi Everson, welcome, welcome. I'm doing good. We're like still in a little bit of a small talk session of the stream, or like part of the stream. But apart from that, I'm doing really good. And where am I from? So I was born in Germany, and a couple of years ago I moved to the Netherlands. So right now I live in the Netherlands. I'm new to your channel right now, and I really appreciate the style and the objective about it. Greetings from the most crazy country of the South America, Brazil. Oh my god, I've seen so many things about Brazil. Like, Brazil to me seems like a really cool and pretty country. Like, I really don't know what like, if it is that or if it's that cool, because like the perspective I have is really just like from movies and stuff like this, right? So definitely completely biased, like not objective. But movies make it look really cool. Oh, you know Everson? Mr. Soup Vegetable? Oh my god, it's a small world. So coming back to Judith's message. I took the bus to Wednesday early evening rave yesterday and applauded me. I like my work, there's nothing I have to change, it's polished. I'll play at the rave in August. Nobody helped me create music with nothing but an old mag of 2009. Overwhelmed me because I realized I don't know the feeling that I'm more than okay. Started crying the first time since 2 years in public transit of all places. Not a sad bad crying, rather release. I like relief and shock. Okay, I know what you mean, Judith. I'm glad you feel that way. It's sort of like, it feels like you had this realization and you sort of made it. Like, you created the life that you want to live, and you just have it. Like, all those years of work are paying off. I'm so glad that you feel that way, and congratulations. I think having this type of realization can be like really, really nice, because it just like really hold on to that, right? Because this is essentially evidence that you are capable, you're confident, you can overcome adversity, you can make your dreams come true. And you are enough. It's really, really nice to hear that. And I'm glad you found that. Much love, Judith. Much love. If you can, really enjoy the moment. Like, just focus on the here and now, enjoy your life. And all of the little things about it. All of the ways it's just right for you. Try to see all of these details and really like write that memory in your heart. Oh, you didn't mean Everson? You mean the Netherlands and like me? Oh. All right. So you live in the Netherlands then as well? I mean, amazing. Let's go. There's actually like, I don't know, there's quite many people who like in my stream from the Netherlands. Like, I wonder if it's like a thing Twitch does. Okay. I think this is like too many buttons. Like for standing it was maybe fine, but for sitting like that's odd. Ah, yeah, true. I mean, time, yeah. I guess time zone also makes sense. Probably both, actually. Like, probably so many things. Like, also, like, algorithm and, like, ads and stuff like this. For sure, so much personalized data. You live in a good country. It is a beautiful place, I think. Yeah. There's, you know, it's not perfect. Like, yeah, like really any country. But I'm definitely glad to live here as well. In a jar and remember it in dark times in winter. Exactly, you did. Just like really like, you know, like don't focus too much on like, oh, it's gonna like be gone at some point or whatever, but just try to like really take it all in. Yeah. I think people here are a bit more open to talk about mental health, especially younger generations, how that might connect you with other judges and people in NL. Yeah. I mean, that could definitely be a thing. For sure. I definitely do feel like that, like the younger generations are like just talking like way more freely about it. Yeah. That's like, that at least like really aligns with the experience I've made so far. What made you move to the Netherlands, if I may ask? So initially, so we were studying game engineering, right? Like IT game engineering in my hometown in Germany. And we wanted to do like a semester abroad in Japan, in Tokyo, for like half a year, just like a semester, right? But then COVID hit. Like we applied already, we were accepted, all of those things. But COVID hit. They closed their borders. Nothing like was able to be organized in that regard anymore. Like we still, like there would have maybe been the possibility to like still go to Tokyo, but it would have been like you're just in your dorm, you can't go outside essentially, and like yeah. So like we didn't go. And then we tried it the next semester again, but COVID was still there. So none of those plans actually worked out. And then we went and found out about this like really like cool YouTube channel, which is called Not Just Bikes. And we watched a bunch of his videos about like city design and public transport design and all of these things. And so he's from Canada, I think, and he made a bunch of comparisons. And essentially, bottom line is, the Netherlands are one of the best countries in that regard. And yeah, well, the Netherlands were quite close to Germany, right? And you weren't able to go anywhere. So I don't know, we were just like, okay, let's do like a road trip. Like, let's lend the car of like our parents, let's do a road trip, and let's spend a couple of days in the Netherlands and just look at that too, because we wanted to see like, where do we want to move after our bachelor? Because our bachelor was like coming to an end, and we knew like, okay, like we want to like move. Like, the situation with my dad turned kind of toxic. Like, I really noticed how it was taking a toll on me, but I didn't feel comfortable to like just move within the city, like further away, or just like a city further or something. Like, I felt like sort of like I need a good excuse to get like to leave and like really like be safe from like any outlashes or anything. So I wanted to be like to go far away. So we looked at a bunch of cities in the northern part of Germany, and we looked at the Netherlands. And I'm gonna be honest, like, it was also because of COVID still, because the Netherlands didn't have as much regulations at that point anymore, because it was like sort of to the end of COVID. And Germany still had a lot of regulations at that point. And I think that's just sort of like had a lot to do with how the country came across, right? Because you went to the Netherlands, you walked through the city, like there were so many people in cafes, like, and I remember this like very distinct pictures where we were in Amstelveen, going towards Amsterdam. We were walking through one of those like wide streets where like restaurants on the left, restaurants on the, well, there's the left, and on the right. And they had like a lot of like outside sitting area, and there were so many people, and it was loud. It was so loud. People were like, so many people were laughing, and so many people were talking and making jokes, and like sharing something with their friends, were like, in their tone of voice, it was like super active and positive and energized, and it was so much bustling in the streets, and so much happiness and confidence, and so much character and individuality that I really, really like. Like, people were just smiling at you, having fun. Like, we were like at the evening of that day, we were at this train station, and somebody just had like his her headphones in and just danced, like waiting on the train. And this is something so simple, but I have never seen this in Germany. Never. And then we went back to Germany, like just 4 days after. And it couldn't have been a bigger comparison. Like, it was so vastly different. Like, we came to Germany and people were unhappy and were complaining and like also like sort of hostile or scared. Like, you still had a lot of people which were like really scared of like getting COVID, and I don't know, like keeping like a lot of distance and like looking at everybody like everybody has COVID and like they're gonna die, and like sort of if you come a step closer then like going a step further away, which is like, like I'm like not judging them, but the picture is so different, right? So you come from this city where like everybody has so much fun and is enjoying life, to this completely different world, but it's in the same sort of time frame. It's in so close proximity because the countries literally like have a border. And it just felt so odd. And it just felt like this is such a different way of living. And I don't know if it's better. It sure seems like they have more fun, but like, but you can't tell from that. But it's just a thing where I felt like, if I move to a different part in Germany, I'm still in Germany. Like, it's not gonna be like an insanely cultural difference. It's not gonna be like a new experience where you really like experience something new, where you gain like life knowledge, which is gonna change your perspective, where you like learn something which so many people haven't learned in their life. And I was just like, we already have an apartment, we already have so much stuff. Like, if we don't move now, we will probably just never move. And I just was like, let's move to the Netherlands. Let's just do it. Like, if we don't like it, we can always come back, but let's just do it. Like, let's see what is different there. Like, why do all the people seem so happy? Like, is it really that much better? Or like, what, like, how is it? And then we moved. Well, then we looked for apartments, and we found out that you essentially only can find an apartment if you live there and have a Dutch phone number. So we first looked for a job, and Zach found a job, and then all of my stuff happened with that I couldn't finish my studies, that I didn't get the courses, because like all courses were just like full, even though there's like 50 people who didn't have courses yet, but like they just didn't make enough. And but yeah, we were sort of already engaged in like moving to the Netherlands, and with my family situation and living situation in that moment, it turned really, really bad. So I was like, I need to get out of here. Like, if I don't get out of here now, like, I don't know what's gonna happen, and I'm not gonna sacrifice my life to finish these studies if the university is like not even trying to make it work. And so I broke off my studies. Zach had found a job. Zach finished his studies then in the Netherlands, which was thankfully like able, because he got the courses that like I didn't get, because he texted the professors and I didn't. I texted the secretary, so also learned something. And so for him it was only the bachelor thesis. And then that workplace helped us to find an apartment. We actually did end up finding an apartment on our own, but they at least like tried, you know, and organized some other stuff. And yeah, then we just moved. And we found the apartment and moved 3 days after. So like we found the apartment and we had a video call. They texted us back on the same evening that they want to have a video call with the owner of the apartment. We had a video call with him. And then the next day, they said like, yeah, they would give us the apartment. And then, yeah. And then like 3 days after, we were supposed to move in. So it was so much stress. It was so much stress. Zach actually got physically sick from the stress. Like, he was laying in bed, he was shaking and had fever and like this like freezing, shaking thing. I don't know how you describe it in English. And he felt like sick to his stomach. So I tried to I like booked the transporter. We got like a big yeah, I don't even know how, like a truck. Is it a truck in English? Like LKW. And I asked my mom and my stepdad if they could drive it, and they made it work, that they were able to. And then I packed up our entire stuff. I literally like I packed up our entire stuff, and then I moved everything like within the living room. I put like on the floor markings of like how big the truck is, and then sort of like put everything there to see if it's gonna fit, because like we had everything, right? Like, we had a couch, we had a bed, we had an electro scooter at that point still. We had an aquarium which was used as a terrarium for a hamster. We had So many things, right? Like this was a 78 square meter apartment which was full of our stuff. Like all of this belonged to us. Like we had a fridge, we had a freezer, like a big freezer, like one of the, like in Germany, like so many people have like this big standing freezer where it's like technically so unnecessary, but whatever. It's just very common for some reason. And I put everything in there and like mapped out how we need to fit everything together so that it actually will fit in that thing. And I don't know, it was so much work. I was, within these 3 days, I was like nearly not sleeping because it just had to get done. Like I was working until, I don't know, 3 in the night. And like, meanwhile, like always checking in on Zach, like bringing him water, bringing him food, like making sure that he's like still like fine, because he was like he's honestly like from stress, he can get more sick than from COVID. Like when he had COVID, he seemed less bad than on those days. So like trying to just make everything work, and like it was so difficult because like nobody like could help because of COVID, right? Like you weren't allowed to meet more people than like to be more than 3 people at the same spot or something, and like only 2 different parties. So like it would have been able to have like 1 person come over and help, but like that was really it. And like it was so short notice that nobody could make it, and there was so much to do. And we had to sell our old kitchen because our landlords completely fucked us over. Like they told us like we just need to get like a new like party who wants to live in the apartment, but then they went back on that and said like no, they have their own people to go into the apartment. But we're gonna pay for like the extra months they need to like go into the apartment, even though our party could move in directly. And then at the beginning they said they would take the kitchen, and then like 2 days before or something, they told us they will not take the kitchen because they have their own kitchen, or like gonna get a new one, and we need to take it out on top of that. So I had to like sell, like we gave the kitchen away for free, we gave like some of our tables away for free, because in that time frame like you can't sell it anymore. Like we were dependent on people to just take it and like get it out of the apartment while I was doing the other stuff. So we were sort of like the first person which texted was like, yeah, come in, work, like don't break anything please, I'm gonna work in the different room, like you got this, right? It was so much stress. And then we got everything into the truck, and we drove to the Netherlands, and we didn't even have the key of the apartment. We didn't even like actually like sign stuff, right? Because we heard that like it can be the case that you have like a like that there are scammers about apartments. And this was like on a website which was like not that trustworthy. And we were like pretty safe, but not entirely. So we were like, we're not gonna pay the like this like amount of money you essentially give the landlord, but the landlord is not getting it yet. But if something were to break, the deposit, exactly. And so we also didn't pay that yet. And we were sort of like, yeah, we're gonna arrive then. And then like we will pay the deposit, like we're gonna get the key, we're gonna see the apartment, and we're gonna instantly move in, essentially. And thankfully they were fine with that. They agreed to it. And so we arrived there, like everything was fine. The apartment actually existed, the key existed, and all of that. And it was actually like kind of scary because the apartment was like freshly renovated, and on Google Street View you only saw the old apartment. So on Google Street View there was a shop in that apartment, like it was not an actual apartment. And so there was actually like, to a certain extent, it was kind of scammy. Or like it came across as being scammy, even though it wasn't. And yeah, so then we moved in, and that worked, and we got the apartment. Like, the apartment was like honestly low-key crazy expensive, but for the Netherlands actually not that expensive. And it was really beautiful, freshly renovated. The spot was not too perfect, but actually perfect for the first apartment in the Netherlands. And the city was perfect, and we loved it so much. And yeah, that's really the story of like how we moved to the Netherlands. So yeah, we even moved our hamster in the truck, by the way. Like, our hamster was still in the terrarium of the truck. And like we fixated everything so like nothing would break, nothing would fall over and everything. But yeah, we moved our hamster within the truck. Yeah, that was insane. That was crazy. Yeah. But we got everything done. Everything worked out in the end. Yeah. I'm to move across borders, yeah. This sounds so familiar. When I moved out of my apartment in 2021, I was also trying to find someone who would move in and take the kitchen from me, but like, I had to move out. They were all backing out. So we made a call to rip out the kitchen, throw away the countertop, and patchwork the rest into our new kitchen. Well, the kitchen glued the splatter to the wall, so we stripped down wallpaper and redo it. Yeah. My stuff out. I had to submit my bachelor thesis. Yeah. It's like, thankfully, like, I do have to say, thankfully, I'm stress resistant to this kind of stuff. Like, I'm gonna die afterwards, but in the moment, I'm really stress resistant. So, like, I was, like, if I would have had the same stress response as Zach, we wouldn't have been able to do it. Like, I've never seen a person with that stress response, actually. Like, this is, like, it's always crazy to me how, like, physically sick he gets. Like, it's not just, you know, like, you can't just say, like, oh, you know, but, like, put your mind into it or something. But no, he gets, like, physically incapable of doing anything. Like, it's at a point where, like, you want to call a doctor because it looks, like, really bad. But, like, we know already that it's, like, just stress, quote unquote. But, yeah. But, yeah, for me, it's, like, sort of the other way around. Like, I don't die in a moment. Like, in the moment, I'm just like, okay, well, feelings, bye, work mode on. And then I get everything done. And then if that is over, I'm, like, slowly able to, like, calm down again. And, like, once I'm actually calm again, then I'm, like, crashing out, essentially. Because I use, like, way more energy than I would have usually. But it's just, like, survival mode of, like, well, we need that energy now, don't we? So it's sort of like playing with fire type situation. But it gets you through moments like these. Yeah. On the other hand, I don't want the stranger's fridge and stuff. I didn't choose and might see all people ever lived in the flat. What? What? How does the might have seen all people ever lived in the flat fit together with the rest of the sentence? Like, that last part is like throwing me off so hard. But yeah, like I understand that like some people like don't want like other people's kitchen, and like that's completely fine, right? The only thing is they told us 2 months ago that they would take the kitchen. So it's just like they completely fucked us over essentially. Like they could have told us beforehand if they like made the decision to like not take the kitchen, but they just didn't bother to tell us. And like they literally like they wanted us to like run into a wall essentially. Like they knew we were like moving out at that point and like all of these things, so it was just like, yeah. And hi Lady Ryanak, by the way, welcome, welcome. And hi Fluffy, welcome, welcome. Alright, Everson, let's get back to your message. I need help. What is your opinion about a girl that do ghosting? A person that have a good relationship, like friend, and near of more that they're same taste, but in some mysterious day disappears. Not more answers, not more messages. The person changed too much. What's my woman opinion about it? I think life's changed a lot. There's a lot of stuff happening for a lot of people all the time. I think when people ghost us, it's so often not even about us. Like also with me, like sometimes just happens that I like ghost people because there's like so much going on all of a sudden. Like something new happened, something went like fully awry and like you have to fix it and like need to make it work. And then you're just like super, super busy. And like, especially if you're not like, you know, like best friends yet, but just like sort of getting to know each other, like you don't want to lay this on the other person. And also, honestly, that other person is not your priority like to that level yet. So I think with ghosting, like I personally, I wouldn't mind too much about it. Like I would adjust my own behavior to it. Like I would adjust how much I rely on the person, for example, or like how much effort I put into that like friendship, sort of like considering that like something like this can easily happen because it's sort of a sign of like how committed the other person is to that connection between you. But I wouldn't be like, I don't know, like I wouldn't type up something like, oh, like you're like ghosting me, like this is so not okay. Like I wouldn't do that. Like you don't even know like why that person is ghosting you. Maybe there's a good reason, you know, maybe somebody of their family died. Like we just don't know. Like maybe their pet died. And then you type up something like this, like we would be the absolute asshole. So like I personally, like I just wouldn't really say anything about it. Like if you worry about that other person, like you can just type up a quick message like, hey, didn't hear anything back from you. I'm kind of worried if you're doing okay. Like that's something like I sometimes check in, for example, if like, I don't know. I also did that with like former viewers as well. Just when I think like just staying like close to like who you are is always good. So like if I am worried about a person and like how they're doing and that I don't hear anything from them because like I knew that they're going for a tough patch or something, like yeah, I might like send them a quick message of like, hey, didn't hear anything back from you, like got kind of worried, like I hope everything is going all right. Then that person also knows that like this like leaving people on read, like if like nothing really happened, or like even if stuff happened, they know that like you let them know in that moment that like leaving people on read is actually like not without consequences for that person, right? Like that person might worry about you and stuff like this. If this happens for like, I don't know, you know, the X time, and you know it's usually like not really something important, and you are just not feeling that concern anymore, and I don't know, I would just like not type anything, I guess. But I feel like at that point, it would be a decision for me where I would feel like, well, if there's like this little like this is just a personal thing, right? But I am really one of those people, like, I like either like commitment or like no commitment. Like, I think having too many of these relationships where there's like where there's sort of ambiguous commitment, and like sometimes there's like the request for a lot of commitment, and sometimes it's like little commitment. I think that can be really exhausting. And then like, especially if it's like, so there's like people where like I have this with like commonly, where it's like, I don't know, like a friend from Germany, right? Like we're ghosting us the entire time. It just, but it's not really like, oh, like I'm purposefully ghosting you. No, it's just like we live separate lives. Like we're not full contact in our lives with each other, and that's like completely okay, right? Because we live like so far away. Like telling everything to each other would take a bunch of time. So it's just like we sometimes like keep tabs on each other, like ask like, hey, how you doing, and stuff like this, and then there's like an update. But it's like, we're not like personally offended if it takes like a week for the other person to answer. It's just like, you live life, I live life, and our schedules don't align, and that's fine. But we know that we like care for each other, and we're not the priority in each other's lives, and we don't feel, you know, we don't feel like offended by it or anything. You talking about me? No, I think, like, honestly, the relationship between you and me, Fluffy, is, like, even less than that. Like, no. No, like, not to get personal here or anything. But I think we don't have this, like, I think with my friend, it's sort of like there is an expectation that we do catch each other up. Where it's like, with us, it's like, we don't have that expectation to, like, know at some point. We're like, if we do talk, we talk, and then we just say what we want to say, you know? But there's no, like... If we don't talk, there's nothing which was left unsaid, if that makes sense. So, like, anything above nothing is more than our expectation, essentially. From my... Like, I don't know, like, that's how I would sort of, like, articulate it. Like, I think it's hard to articulate, but you know how I mean? It's like, I think the expectation, actually, to a certain degree, there is an expectation that we, like, sometimes play League. But... Or that, like, I update you about, like, how I'm doing in League, maybe. Yeah. But, like, with, like, this, like, school friend, right? Like, there is an expectation that, like... I don't know, like, for example, now that I, like, become, like, self-employed, like, that I tell her about my business and what my business is doing, right? Like, if she's, like, got her, like, next exam done, like, she's gonna tell me. Like, there is a certain amount of expectation to keep each other up to date on, like, bigger life goals, if that makes sense. I think one of the most bad things in the world is rejection. I mean, I get where you're coming from, right? And I think it's very easy to come from that perspective. But I do think it's important to see the other person and not focus too much on oneself, especially in terms of rejection, because then you're gonna feel rejected a whole lot of the time. Like for example, with like ghosting, if like all of my friends would like feel rejected every time I don't answer directly or don't answer within a day, I would have like way less friends. And the thing is, like, for example, like with my friend from Germany, like with this school friend, like, it's not that I don't love her. It's just there's a certain amount of commitment we're both willing to put into the relationship, and it's not more than that, you know? And that amount of commitment is taking, like, sort of takes ghosting as like a part of the commitment. It's like you need to be able to like be happy with that, and it's just a natural thing which will happen with like keeping each other up to date, but not expecting or not wanting that expectation to need to answer directly. Ghosting as an action from a person has not effective responsibility and maturity, I think. When is a person ready to have a relationship? So I think personally, I would stay away from making judgments about other people. These judgments are usually coming from a place of trying to justify your own feelings. You don't need to be fine with a commitment where a person answers just like every week or something. My friend also doesn't have to be fine with it. We just both agree that that's what we do. Doesn't make it bad though. So even if I meet a person which expects more commitment with that and wants or would like more commitment than that, like I'm not gonna judge them for being clingy. The same if I meet a person which just doesn't have more time to give me more commitment than that, I'm not gonna judge them as being like not effective with responsibility or not mature. I think judging another person, even though we are not them, and even though we don't have enough information about their lives to make this judgment and can't look inside their head, is unnecessary and not helping us really, because it makes the other person worse than us in that moment. Which is also whenever we then might like need to like ghost a person and like take time for ourselves, you know, and then answer a week later, like we're gonna judge ourselves for that with the same standard. So whenever we put a standard and a judgment out for other people, we essentially apply that for ourselves as well. And I'm honestly like, I'm glad I have friends where I know they won't be mad if I take a week to answer. Because sometimes I am just like really busy and I couldn't be friends with like people from Germany if that wasn't an option, really. So I think it's important to just focus on yourself. Like focus on what do you want from that person? Like what do you want for a commitment or a relationship? And then you can ask that from them. And if they can't fulfill it, then you go your separate ways. Because also in that moment where we judge somebody's action, we essentially also judge if our satisfaction with a behavior is valid or not, right? So if we like judge the other person as like negative, we're gonna be like, okay, like that we are upset and like unhappy with this behavior is valid. If we then like objectively like judge the other person as like, well, like this is actually like sort of okay, we're gonna use that to invalidate our own feelings about this, which is not useful. Because even if the standard society is behaving a certain way, or like in a standard relationship, some behavior is very common, but you don't like it, you still, like, your feelings are still valid and should be taken into account. And this is what makes relationships from like, you know, like okay relationships to actually good relationships. Because if you have like the general population standard for your relationship, and just being a good partner for an average person as a relationship standard, that's going to be a way worse relationship than being the partner for your partner. Because that's way more individual and actually fit to their personality. That's why I personally, I find a lot of truth in staying away of judging somebody as like bad or good. And just try to focus on, do I like this? Do I don't like this? Do I want a relationship with them? Do I don't want a relationship with them? Is that behavior okay for me or is it not okay for me? Do I feel comfortable around them? Do I not feel comfortable around them? Does this feel safe or not safe? Do I feel loved or not loved? And try to communicate that. And either the other person like wants to work with me on that or they don't, and that's fair too. But essentially, even like asking here what I think about the ghosting. What if I say it's completely okay? Like that would invalidate your feelings, because your feelings are apparently you don't think that's okay. You do have a problem with that and you don't like that. So why am I the judge if your feelings are okay or not okay? Because if you don't like that this person ghosted you, you don't need to have contact with them anymore. No matter what other people say is normal or not normal. If you then at some point notice that there's a pattern in your life that you can never find a relationship or never find friendships, then maybe you should consider if the way you treat friendships works in your favor or not. Maybe you are a little bit intolerant and should tolerate more. That can be a thing, right? Yeah, but I wouldn't say, you know, you don't need to avoid like bad people, right? Because that's, again, that's a judgment about them. You can't just avoid people you don't like. I think there are things where we do make judgments as a society, where we have courts for and laws. And that's important to have sort of like a good social community where like everyone can learn, like live together with each other. And this sort of extends to some social expectations. So for example, like what we have in stream here as well, that like this is LGBTQ friendly, this is a safe space for everybody. Like we enforce more sort of like rules here than like in general society, right? So there's some like social rules which are not effectively like laws or anything, but which we do apply. But I personally, I don't need to decide if somebody belongs in jail or not. I'm gonna do my best so that like courts and stuff can, you know, like do their proper work. And I'm definitely gonna do my best if I think there's sort of like a systemic issue with laws 4 chords, which we sort of do have, and then like try and work on that. But I don't think it's too useful to play judge yourself. Like, I think it can put yourself in a very difficult position. Thank you, Everson. And I'm glad we were able to help. And yeah. We're gonna see each other in the next stream, hopefully. We're like live Monday and Thursdays with mental health talks. And on the other days, we oftentimes do co-working streams. If you want to join the Discord, that would be the link to it. You okay, buddy? This feels like a co-working stream for you. I mean, that's good, I guess. And Clockmaster is sent a message in. Mental illness cure. Nice and slow body movements as if being placed under arrest while holding a weapon. That one represents severe depression, chronic loneliness, and mental torment. Okay, the metaphor is a bit like okay, but I think there's definitely a lot of wisdom in these like old sort of yeah, these old traditions of like nice and slow body movements, or going to the gym, or physical work, or going outside and being in nature. I wouldn't say like, personally, I think like we can't make a general assumption, right, that it's gonna help everybody with everything. But there's definitely like a lot of research we have that like exercise or yoga, for example, or meditation, or like somatic exercises like belly breathing and stuff like this is like really helping a lot of people actually. So on average, definitely there's like a lot of wisdom in those. We don't have that kind of bot, crazy guy, I'm sorry. There's no exclamation mark gamble for the channel points or stuff like this. Hello Clockmaster and welcome to the stream. Crazy guy saying my mental health is so bad today. What's going on? What is your mental health especially about today? All right. Let's all try and sit up straight. He looks so cute. Look at him. You guys can't hear that, but... He did like one of those like tiny noises where it's just like when you wake up and like so cute. You fell from your motorbike? Are you fine? It's like, is everything like, was it okay? Like, did it turn, like, how, are you fine? This coping skill dawned on me in March 2026. It is the only coping skill that ever worked. Been a patient for over 30 years. So, what type of body movements like do you, or like how often do you do that? Or like whenever you feel sort of like worse, and then is it like a specific sort of like a specific flow you're going through, or is it just like you just do slow movements but like really like whatever you have to do in a moment? So like also like grabbing your drink. Well, this was like way too fast already, but you know what I mean. Or is it going into this like more like I don't know if you've ever seen, I think it's called Tai Chi, where they have like body movements which are also like really slow and like sort of like energy and stuff. They should also be like really nice. I do it when I feel like I'm connected with everything. Not all the time. So like maybe then like in nature or something. Or like how do you get to the point where you do feel connected with everything? Yeah, right, Judith. So cute. No, I'm not. Can't tell in the chat because I'm a bit ashamed what happened after the bike crash. I'm sorry, buddy. Do you have like anybody who's with you? Like friends or family? Like somebody you can talk to? Or like, are you in the hospital right now? I suppose by connected I mean when my mood and anxiety are at a minimum. It's definitely not all the time. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I get that. So how do you get to like feeling connected? Like you say when you like you do it if you feel connected, or like do you do it and then like because of it you feel connected with everything? And hi Phantom, welcome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You talked to a female friend and she low-key laughed. Did you tell her that it's like serious for you? Like sometimes we're like, especially if we're like ashamed of something, we don't really like, we can like try and like overcompensate for the shame we feel and like tell it in a way where like we pretend we don't care, or where we even like make it seem funny. Even though we really don't want people to like actually interpret it that way. And then it can help to like be like after you noticed it, like sort of came across in a way where like they thought you were joking, to just clarify like, hey, I'm like this is like seriously sort of like messing with me. And with friends who are empathetic and like really care about us, they're gonna understand them. Shit. So you had to, but then you were at the side where it happened, no? So you had to go like, oh, so how did you get home? Oh. I really hope you had, like, you didn't need to, like, drive all the way home with, like, torn pants. I'm sorry. It's one of those stories where... But yeah, I'm really, like, fine, sort of like Phantom, you know? Like, you're fine with, like, everything else. Like, you're healthy, you didn't break anything, you're not, like, majorly injured. And, like, for a motorbike accident, that's pretty important already. That's pretty relieving, actually, to hear. Welcome, Indy. But I bet it was really, really uncomfortable to be there. What was the worst part about it? Like, do you think it's really something which is gonna, like, sort of haunt you for a long time? And hi, Shrimp. Welcome, welcome. I think it would be... I mean, only share what you're comfortable with, right? But I think it's really important to sort of, like, to really understand you, to understand why this matters so much to you. Because I do have to say, personally, I would be really happy that I live, you know? And it would be... So for me, like, the emotional meaning of this, I think, wouldn't be as harsh as it is to you. So how does it... How does it mean so much to you? In which way? What do you feel in that moment, really? Like, usually when we, like, feel really bad about something, there's sort of like a narrative we have in our minds, you know, like, which makes it really bad. Sort of like a fear, which, like, what could happen because of that, or like like a different moment, we're, like, reliving in that moment, or like, usually there's, like, more connected to this instance than the instance itself. Because emotional meaning, a lot of the time, has really to do with us and how we interpret something which happened. This is why so many people feel different, even if they go through the same thing. And this is, I think, why in a moment like this, your friend might laugh, because for her it's like, well, at least you lived, like, this is the most important. And this is like, yeah, it's, you know, is like definitely like, you know, oh my God. But this moment of like noticing you're fine and everything is bigger than the other part. So there's more, which makes it, there's more on your narrative, which makes it such a negative experience for you. And maybe if you share that with your friend, she's going to be able to relate to you. And then you wouldn't be alone with those feelings. You know? Because there's a lot of ways how like something like this can be like way different and have a way different emotional meaning, right? For example, I don't know, like imagine this happens in like a, I don't know, like a small town, and or somebody made pictures and they're all over the internet, or if like somebody like really like, I don't know, like harassed you afterwards, or like there's so many ways how what you've been going through can have like an entirely different meaning. And I think if you share that meaning, which makes it so insufferable to you, with your friend, they're gonna be able to understand. Because that's just the context which is missing. If the situation itself is sort of like not giving that context away in that moment. How does racism tie into this? Is it that like people would maybe think that you like on purpose are indecent? And would judge you for that? Is that sort of the direction we're going? Like, please correct me if I'm wrong. So that's sort of maybe then the bottom of it. That you already feel like a little bit like everybody is out to get you anyways, because people are racist. And then now that something like this happened, you feel like you're sort of like more exposed to their racism than normally. I can understand. And I think this changes the emotional meaning entirely. So I think maybe, you know, you can share that with your friend as well. And this is like this is what like really gets you about it. Because it's not like, oh, I'm safe, but like now this happened and like, oh my God. but it's you're sort of like in the open anyway. Like you're expecting the worst from people and people to be racist towards you. And then on top of this, something like this happens and exposes you in a way which feels like makes you more vulnerable to the hate around you. But yeah, I think talking about this with your friend is like probably the best. They can give you the most comfort, and it's, I think, also like their comfort you really seek and their understanding.
Oh, well?
I think talking about it with your friend would be a really good crazy guy. And I think if you let them know of the context, they will understand. So do you think you're gonna give it a shot? To talk to them again and like, even though they loved the first time? Alright. I hope it's gonna go well. Just really show, you know, the emotional value this has to you. Like, don't try to like not show those emotions, but be vulnerable and do show them. Like, only that way other people like know, right, that we have these emotions and that they need to take these emotions into account. And then they can care for us. But you got this. And thank you for sharing it with us. So let me catch up with the rest of the chat again. Hi. Isn't part of mental health telling a person a harsh truth, not be oversensitive? Really depends. I think it really, like, truth is like always good, yeah. But truth is also very subjective, right? And I think there's a very fine line between telling somebody the truth, being honest, and dismissing somebody's emotions, and just like bulldoze over them and pretending like we know everything. So, for example, this opinion that there is a truth, a objective truth we are able to see. I think that is really not there, really. Like, especially if it's about mental health, reality is very, very subjective. And what people are going through is very, very subjective. And a lot of context can sometimes completely change the situation and the emotional meaning of it. For example, like in the talk right now with Crazy Guy. Like, in the beginning, it seems like, well, like, you can be happy, right? Like, you live, like, you're fine. You, like, just got exposed. But with the context of the emotional meaning of, like, well, I already, like, you know, like, I experience racism. There's already sort of, like, people where I don't feel comfortable with, especially in, like, broader society. And now I've been exposed in that environment where I already feel unsafe. It's like, of course, that's very uncomfortable. Of course, that has a way different emotional meaning. And of course, it's not going to be like, oh, thank God I, like, survived. But it's more going to be like, well, I did survive, but, like, the price I had to pay is, like, really, like, you know, like, doesn't seem like nothing anymore. It's way more to that person. So I think it's really important to actually be able to help a person, to make sure you actually understand them. Like, you need to understand where they're coming from, and they need to feel understood as well. If people feel dismissed and, like, you bulldoze over them, like, they're not gonna take any of your advice into account. And honestly, it's not even really wrong, because you don't understand, like, you didn't show that you understand them properly, right? Like, the advice is your perspective, but they don't, like, they can't be sure it's, like, the right thing from their perspective. But when you show people you understand their perspective and you have the best for them in your mind, but you do think, you know, like, maybe a different way is better, or you show them, like, how certain strategies, for example, like, don't line up or are not helpful, then you can help them more than just dismissing their emotions and giving out, like, generalized advice. A safe space always sounded to me just like enforcing the problem. Can be nice in a moment, but does not help make you function better. I mean, I understand where you come from. Like, I've seen safe spaces which are sort of, like, going in that direction. I don't think this is that safe space. Safe space here means that, well, essentially, it means that we're not gonna be bigots, right? Like, we're gonna accept kind people, like, no matter their size, color, sexuality. And you're safe to be vulnerable. It doesn't mean that, like, we're gonna lie, or that we're, like, not gonna help and just, like, tell a person, oh, you're not the problem, the others are. I don't think that would be help, actually. Like, I agree with you that it's like nice in a moment maybe to get this, like, affirmation. But if you, like, if a person is miserable in their life because the choices they make are just not really helping them, or they oversee, like, a big part in, like, the logic of their actions or the consequences of their actions, yeah, it's not gonna help you long term. So I don't know. I think the art is a little bit saying hard things in a way where people can accept them. Because some things can be really hard to take in. Imagine you lived your entire life wrong and pushed all the people away from you. And I don't know, just like... I think seeing all of these connections can be hard. And I think it's also sometimes like not useful to just pretend like, oh yeah, like you're the problem. That's it. Like, I think a lot of these things are very complex and very complicated and hold a lot of truths at once. Where it's like, I don't know. For example, because this hurt you doesn't mean the other person has hurt you and is a bad person. Like, there is many things which can be true at once. And understanding complex... like, things so complex can be kind of hard. And I don't think you want to oversimplify it in, like, either you're bad or the other one is bad. But you actually want to go into the direction of, like, how about there's a lot of things true at once? How about you want this and you don't want this? And for the other person, it's the exact other way around. And both of your ways of life are fine. You don't have to be friends. There's a lot of people on the planet. Not everybody is a good match. Doesn't mean somebody's wrong or right. Hi, Stevia. Welcome. I don't say anyone is wrong. Just that there are other ways. I don't know, like... I wouldn't personally define the stream as we don't tell people the truth. I wouldn't even define it as we don't tell people the harsh truth. I would rather say we tell people the harsh truth in a way where they can accept it. In a empathetic and nice and kind way. Holding their hand, breaking it down into small bits, so they know how to start. Yeah. Same Kira. The problem with harsh truths is they're only helpful if the person is willing to hear it. If you give a harsh truth and they're not, all you've done is potentially wreck a relationship and they're still suffering. I mean, not even that, right? Like, who says you're right? Let's go that way. Who says your truth is correct? Who says your advice is correct? So, there's a bunch of nuance to this. And yeah, so this is why the first thing I said is truth is very subjective. We have our perspective and our perspective only. no matter how hard you train, no matter if you're a licensed psychologist even, you can't know for certain that you're right and they are wrong. This is why also, like, whenever like we help people here, even though there's only like peer support coaching, there's a question they have. Like they don't like just tell us something and then, you know, like you give like unsolicited advice and judgment. But they ask like, how can I make this better? Or like this relationship like went this and this way, like what am I supposed to do? Or this friendship is like growing apart and I don't know how to fix it. Or I don't know, my family member died and I just don't know what to do with this grief. I'm overwhelmed by this emotion. You can know if you're right, by the way, if you can debate your idea and beat the other person in an argument to the point where they cannot argument themselves and start attacking you with insults, you know you're right. No, you don't. I disagree. Especially within mental health. Just because you can debate a person and they can't articulate themselves anymore and feel threatened to the point where they attack you with insults, it doesn't mean you're right. It means the other person feels threatened to the point where they attack you. Also, they won't be able to like take your opinion in. Like you're like debating against them. This shouldn't be debating against somebody. Like especially if it's about emotions, you don't know better than them. You don't. Like they feel those emotions. They are their own person. They don't even understand themselves completely. How would you know better? Like, how would you know that you know better? Like, you can be fairly certain. Like, I'm pretty good at this. And sometimes I feel fairly certain that I sort of, like, understand where this is going. This is why I can, like, put out ideas and be like, hey, do you relate to this? And most of the time people feel like, yeah, that's exactly the feeling I mean. Would I pretend like I know for sure? No. Because there's always people where this is not going to apply. There's always situations where you will be wrong. And pretending like you know everything and like you know better than other people about themselves can be very quickly very toxic. I disagree. There are fundamental things that are biological. Just bring it down to those truths. All our research is, no matter how much proven it is, there could be new research tomorrow which will disprove all those theories. We can only ever be fairly certain. Like, we have research which has been done over and over again, proven, and in so many different contexts proven, that it's like really well researched, really well proven. Is it 100% certain? You don't know what research is going to be next. Like, people thought flying would be impossible, and now we do. There's a lot of things where we thought it's impossible, and now it's possible. There's a lot of things we thought were certain, and now we know it was absolute garbage. Yeah, I would even argue, Skadupta, that even if it is about facts, you can't entirely be certain. You can be like, if you want to like actually go into detail, you can't entirely be certain. You can be like based on the current research, this is true. Like, this is a fact, and like anything else is wrong. But it's based on the current research. You can find out if you are right if you follow a logical path about the situation that leads you to a conclusion. I think the logical path is based on current research. Current research can change. Ah, Terry. We might want to play Minecraft at some point in the future, but not now. We are fancy overthinking primates. Gives me a base. I think fancy overthinking primates is actually pretty accurate. Like, it feels pretty accurate, yeah. But yeah, I've gained way more success with trying to hold open the possibility that I'm wrong. And not trying to brute force my way through a conversation and make somebody, like, force them to say they're wrong. Like, I tried that in the past. It was like sort of like I grew up in a household where logic worked that way, and I'm also like sort of like probably on the like neurodivergent spectrum, in like autism direction and giftedness, and it's really not helpful. Like, I ran into many problems that way. Like, there's gonna be people who can't articulate their ideas. And if you don't try and understand them, but you just try and convince them, you're just gonna, like, run over them. They don't think you're gonna be smart. They're gonna think you're rude, and that's probably accurate. So my personal perspective on this, I've learned this like the hard way, that pretending like you're always right is inaccurate and not really socially useful. It's better to, or it worked better to actually understand the other person, to hold open the option that they are correct, or that both of you are correct and you're maybe just talking about different things. And to not try and win. Because so many more of the conversations, like so many of the conversations we have are really not about winning. And like, especially in this stream, the conversations are so far from winning or losing. It's like really like here, it's sort of lending my expertise for the cause of the person who's asking a question, right? Like somebody comes in, is asking a question, I'm gonna lend them my expertise. But that's really it. Like, I'm not trying to convince them of anything. I'm trying to understand their perspective and then be like, okay, so this is what I know about situations like these. I mean, a lot of problems for too niche are actually, so that's also like kind of interesting, I think, about like the mental health sector. This is what like I was like at the beginning. I thought like, okay, like in therapy, like you always need to get to the like bottom of it, and you really like it's like so individual, and you need to get into the niche and like all of those things, and like how can even like those people like help and all of these things, and like they didn't even like properly understand my problem yet, like why would this help me? And then at some point my therapist just told me, well, research wise we know that there's just a bunch of issues which are sort of in the same category, and if you do certain treatments, the possibility of those treatments helping is pretty high. Where it's like we don't necessarily, like from the research we have, we don't necessarily need to get into the details of it. But if you sort of fit to that category, like those treatments are probably gonna work like better than like certain like other treatments. And it's of course good to have like a specialist who are like more you know, like even more like informed in like detail, because they can like maybe categorize you even further. But to a certain extent, we go through so many different experiences, but they affect us in sort of similar ways. And I kind of really like that, because what it tells us as well is that other people, like to relate to us, for example, it's like usually just about the emotions, right? And there's not that many emotions we feel. So it's like no matter what the situation is and where that emotion is coming from, usually we feel understood if that person understands the emotion. So we essentially don't even need to like be able to bring across the entire story like as accurate and as vividly as we experience them, because then we would be pretty lonely, right? Like because you can't really 100% get that story across, like how you experience this. Like not even if you could go back in time, bring another person with you, like not even that would 100% like represent the situation, because how you interpret this situation and the emotional meaning it has for you is sort of individual and not just based on the situation, right? So even that wouldn't properly work, and now you can like just be like, oh my god, like nobody will ever understand me, or you can take the takeaway of like, so then actually whatever I will go through, I can be understood, because I don't need to bring across the entire situation, but I just need to bring across how it emotionally affected me. This is why talking about emotions and being able to articulate emotions is so useful. This is also why, for example, stuff like communicating our needs oftentimes works way better than communicating our problems. Because communicating the problem, we need them to like interpret it and understand it from the same perspective as we do. But communicating our need is really like, I feel uncomfortable if this and this and that. And then they can help us. Because it's such a, like, it's way simpler from the system. Yeah, I do think like the lawyer's not that good of an example. I sort of do agree. But I think to a certain extent, yeah, the lawyer was like a good, like an obvious edge case for the first message, Hasmukha, right? Of like essentially being like, well, if you can like argument them to break, then you're right. And then you know you're right. And yeah, then the lawyer is the perfect edge case, because you can argument somebody to break with lying, and that's like not like uncommon in our society. So just argumenting somebody to break doesn't mean you're right. And then it's really like some people just believe wrong things, right? So where's then the cutoff point? It turns like really ambiguous, really grey, real fast. All the pain from my Tourette's and the annoyance of having tics are making me really fucking depressed. I haven't done any of my hobbies in years. I just try and be happy for my son and wife and chores I need to do. Other than that, I just lie down doing nothing. I cut off my mom and I feel bad that she feels bad even though I feel better. Aww. I'm sorry, love. That's a tough road to be on. I mean, do you have any, like, are you talking to any kind of, like, therapist or somebody who's, like, helping you through that? Like, do you have any medical professional involved? What's the biggest difference in prevalence in typical male and female mental issues? One more susceptible to mental issues? Hormones, I guess. It's really hard to differentiate biology from upbringing and socialization in our society. In most scientific research, that's a really difficult factor to factor out. In general. As far as I'm concerned, males on average at the moment struggle more with emotional regulation than females. But I don't think this is actually based on female or male. I think this is actually based on the sort of the gender you were raised with, like the socialization part of it. Like, I think they just separated that as like man or woman. But there's a bunch of very interesting research on that. It's definitely worth reading into that. Like, if you're interested in that, getting into that, really interesting. But there's a lot. So just be ready to have a lot of work ahead of you. People get offended and start attacking the other person because of other people's opinion. That's not even personally touching them in any way. That they are not right when they're not. I think this is why it's like so interesting to look into mentalizing, Hasmuka. Like, if you've ever watched this like video about mentalizing, let me see if I can find it.
No. This video I got about mentalizing from my therapist. It explains the whole thing. Pretty easy to digest, but it's a really good concept. I go to the only specialist neurologist in movement disorders, but that basically means I've been through a lot of antipsychotics by now and antidepressants. But like, on top of that, you don't have anybody to just talk about the mental impact of what you're going through. Or is there somebody?
there are much higher rates of suicide among men as well. Yeah, but if you look at suicide attempts, so that's like for the US, by the way, and if you look at suicide attempts, women actually have more suicide attempts than men. So it's like, it's not like the numbers are not as simple to understand as that. Talk to my wife. I don't have any family or other stuff. Do you think like talking to a medical, like a mental health professional would be an option, Skadupta? Nice, Lisa. Let's go. Suicide attempts are usually classified with the intention being death. So I wouldn't try and like discredit the numbers there. There's also like really no facts we have to make that claim. Especially like if you look at the numbers for like the US, there's like, these numbers are really complex, right? Like if you look at suicide statistics, those statistics are really, really complex statistics. Those statistics are also like really new, right? So we only like starting getting like actual data and collecting data about suicide like fairly recently. Like the whole sector of research about suicide and suicide attempts and ideologies is fairly new. Like compared to other like research areas, that part is really like, we only focus on that since I don't know, I would say like probably like don't let me be wrong. Wait, I actually have like I have this written down somewhere. Yeah, like the whole topic, like the first sort of publication on this was like 1897. So I have so I did this like certificate on like suicide awareness, right? And they actually talked about this difference between like the suicide rates of men and women in the USA. And they went into like the suicide methods as well. And if you want to understand these statistics on that, first of all, really, really complex. And they said like in so 77% of those suicides were male, but the male rates increased by 21%, while the female rates increased by 50%. The main reason for the difference, according to them, is potentially, and this is like still like this is like an idea, right? Is that the lethality of the like commonly from men used suicide methods is way higher than the one commonly used by women. Like this could explain why there's like so many more suicide attempts for women than men in this specific statistic. But if you then also like you want to look into like more than like just the plain statistic of like who has more, who has less. But if you actually do want to understand it, you also need to, for example, look at the ages. So, for example, the like highest suicide rates for females are in the age range of 45 to 64 in that statistic. And for males, it's in the age range of like where suicide is highest of like 75 plus. And then there's different regions in which like suicide is higher than in other regions. And for those, like the explanation can, for example, be like mean access to lethal means or access to healthcare, demographic, strength of state suicide prevention plan, the basic public health infrastructure. And there's just so there's a tool for this. Who wants to get into this? So there's this index, and then they also have a tool, and I don't know if you can get the tool there. But this is, hello, can you send this? But this is the second link is the tool in which you can like create visualizations for these statistics to actually understand them better. And apart from that, like now that we're like talking about this topic, just make sure like anybody who needs help, you know, like where this is a concern, if you're struggling with suicidal ideations or you know anybody who's struggling, please reach out to professional services and emergency care. There's a link which is called https / findahelpline.com, where you can get help for you or your loved ones. It's a crisis hotline where you can like find your local specific crisis hotline which fits to your case. They also have LGBTQ services, services for domestic violence, anxiety, depression, gender and sexual identity. And hi, Heaven. Welcome, welcome. I go to a psychologist, but it's $100 an hour and I'm broke as hell. Oh no, Skadupta, it's not covered by insurance. Like, is there no some social program or something? I'm glad you're still here, Lisa. I think people discredit suicide also easily because of our socialization. Suicide was till fairly late, it was actually still considered a crime. This is actually why the language is committed suicide, committed a crime, and not died of suicide. So, yeah. And there's a lot of shame around the topic as well. No. 70% are men, and in general, separate to that, the male suicide rates got 21% higher, and the female suicide rates got 50% higher. From one statistic to the next. And welcome, Jump. If you have mental health problems, please talk to a mental health professional. We're here as peer support or peer support coaching. I'm not a licensed psychologist or anything. If you have serious mental health problems, please talk to a professional. You can also use the Find a Helpline link I posted below to find those services. We're usually here to shape awareness or answer questions if there's how can I reach out, or is this should I reach out to a therapist, or about just coaching requests, which are more about practical advice. And thank you, Evan. So with America, the statistics are, let me pull it out again. It's 50% firearms, 30% suffocation, and 15% poisoning, and then the rest is smaller parts. And firearms are just really lethal. But this is just, yeah, look at the data if you want to see more details on this. But thankfully there's always hope. And there's a lot of people gotten out on the other end who now live a really beautiful life. That's why it's important that people reach out for help and seek out those service hotlines. But this is also why it's important to not judge, but actually inform yourself and understand that it's a very complex topic, and to not discredit any numbers or think one is a bigger problem than the other or any of that. If you were healthy at the time and I was born sick, so I'm written off from it. Wow, Skadupta. That's annoying. That's so stupid. Oh, like you can get insurance, but just like not like you have to be healthy at a time. It was, oh my god. And like there's no like disability like going from that direction that they then also cover the like psychologist. I'm glad you're still here, Lisa. This? That's a real instrument. So many want to reach out but won't because we learned talking about feelings is bad. Yeah, there's still a lot of shame around those topics. That's why it's important to like to shape the talk about it in a different way nowadays. To get it out of this like shame box where you can't talk about it. Or you're not being listened to, or you're being dismissed, or all of those things. And that's why it's really important to not talk too easily about it in a certain way. Because it makes it easy to dismiss experiences of certain people. Even though the whole topic is just really, really complex. Waiting lists in Germany are insane. To see a psychotherapist, and the new healthcare reform makes it even harder. Yeah, I heard about that healthcare reform. Like a friend of mine is studying to become a psychotherapist, and he's really like, wow, like I study like nearly 10 years and yikes, you know? I hope they like, I don't know. I hope with people protesting and stuff, maybe like we can change it back. Rest well, Joe. I'm really glad you came out on the other side. I'm glad this world hasn't lost an amazing human like you. I'm on early retirement because I have like 10 disabilities or whatever, and I can't apply for anything really. Have you checked if there's any community service in your area, Skadupta? Which can maybe help you? Like those sometimes like really offer like amazing services because they know how fucked up the system is. Yeah. I mean, I do have to say, I think like the mental health, like topics like depression, anxiety, OCD, all of those things, like they are sometimes really hard to understand, right? And it doesn't, I don't know, like people, like I would love for like parents who have like, or like just people who know somebody who's struggling to like inform themselves about like what those people are struggling with. Or like to ask them for some resources on like, and like then just read it through. Or at least not to assume to know like better or like not understand, but like be open to it. Like, I feel like it's really, like it would be really nice if we would either, like if we are ignorant, be aware of our ignorance and just like not pretend like we know shit, but like be open to any information because we don't have any. Or to actually inform ourselves. But yeah, like I would really love that. And I think if we're like starting with that, you know, like maybe we can like start that movement. And hi, Beaver. Hmm. Yeah, that's good, Lisa. Take a break. And, you know, like if you notice the spiraling gets too heavy, just call one of those hotlines. Just talk to them a little bit. Or call a friend or something. You got this. Maybe you can like just sit outside for a little bit. Or do something for yourself which is gonna help you emotionally regulate. Maybe like belly breathing or something like this. I love you. And see you next time or later. I have depression and I'm not sure I know what this means. I mean, that's then also a really good part to actually inform yourself about it. It can really help on like how to deal with it. There is a guide here. Like I really like this website. They have a lot of articles about a lot of different things. An entire category is depression. This is like one of those articles about like coping with depression. But if you want to learn about depression, what depression looks like or what it means for you or how it influences you, really just read through these articles. Like give it a shot. Like I know it's not like a short form video or something and it's like a bit of a read. But it can really help or enable you to help yourself if you understand what you're struggling with. Because depression definitely has certain like patterns how it works. And definitely, of course, get professional help with this. Like get a psychologist if you can, Beaver. Hmm. Now, imagine struggling with those things, but you're working for 30 years. There's actually a thing called, what's it called specifically? Like productive depression or like functional depression, something like this. Wait, let me look it up. Hello? Please website. Oh, there's actually like an article here, how to help someone with depression. Like that could be like one of the things you could send a friend or a loved one. High functioning depression. That's the link to it. can't do much with my cast on my ankle. You can pet your cats and your dog, Lisa. And just focus on breathing. Focus on the here and now. And separate from the stream. Just because those thoughts come up don't mean they hold meaning or you have to think about them. And if you feel like you can't manage those emotions on your own, just call a hotline. It's okay to ask for help, you know that. Well, today I learned I have high-functioning depression. High-functioning depression is often overlooked because we have a very fixed image of depression, and if somebody doesn't fit that image, we're instantly like, well, they can't be depressed, eh? There was a really nice depression awareness campaign at some point. Let me see if I can find it. This one. It's like, wait, maybe I can like, can I somehow like show it on the... Let me see if I can like show it on stream. Give me a second, guys. I said like show me the image in the new tab, but it just didn't take me to the new tab. Where is it, bro? Oh, okay. Yeah. This is like a German, this was a German like depression awareness campaign. And what it says here is like the text down here is like Steffen is depressed. And then the text in the background here says this is Steffen. And it's essentially just, it was like, I personally think it's an amazing awareness campaign because it shows that depressed people don't always look depressed. They can look like this person in the back laughing with their friend and still be depressed. If I go to my doctor and say I'm depressed, he has to call CPS on me for the safety of my kids. Oh, okay. I'm a doctor before I can see anyone else. Yeah. I can relate to how you felt, Fire Spectra. Have you ever been able to like see a psychiatrist or like a psychologist about that? Hmm. Sounds really like a really difficult situation, Skadupta. We're all are depressed in some way in this day and age, drowning in our smartphones. Depression doesn't mean feeling bad, right? Like, let's just make sure to like not like overstate here. It's very normal in life to feel shit on some days. To feel like all emotions are a natural part of life. Like overwhelm, sadness, anger, like all of these things are a normal part of life. Depression is different to that, right? Like depression really means like some people describe it like you're in a room with everybody else and people describe how beautiful this like the light is or the sunset or whatever, and you can't see it. Like you can't see the light. It's just a dark room. Some people describe it like they just don't feel anything, like apathy, to like a degree where they don't even care about their own life anymore. Some people describe it as just everything feels super heavy. Like they just want to, like they would just like to sleep the entire day. Like waking up just seems heavy and like there's nothing to wake up for. Brushing your teeth, eating. Like they just don't gain joy from whatever they do. I have mild undiagnosed autism and I always I feel like I'm putting on a mask and happy face in public. I fear people won't like me otherwise. There's a lot of autistic people who find really nice friends without changing who they are. My screen time is 20 minutes and I'm still depressed. After many years of having issues, finally got a doctor to listen, and he went, "You've probably had high-functioning depression for years, and now you have full-blown depression." So are you getting, like, proper help now, Speedy? Been depressed for my whole life, began as a kid. I mean, there are actually like cases of like kids being like suicidal as well. So there's a sort of like allegedly there's a sort of like genetical like predisposition you can have as well. But also like I don't know, like for example with my childhood, like I just like my childhood was fucked up. Like I have childhood trauma. Like I've been depressed as a teenager. I've been suicidal as a teenager. Then with 20 something, I asked for help. I got therapy for 3 years, and now I'm doing like way better. But yeah, like for me, it definitely also started in childhood because childhood was fucked up. Thankfully, it didn't mean that I have to have it for my whole life. So if getting like a professional, like a licensed therapist fever, like if that's like being paid by your insurance, that would maybe be amazing.
I mean, I do have to say psychiatrists are different to psychologists. At least in the Netherlands, psychiatrists study medicine and not psychology. If you study psychology, you become a psychologist. But you can't actually become a psychiatrist if you studied psychology. And if you studied medicine, then you can become a psychiatrist, but not a psychologist. So I feel like I don't know if it works the same where you live, but maybe having spoken to a psychiatrist and that person not being helpful doesn't say much about if a psychologist could be helpful or not. I say it as feeling disconnected from the world. Yeah. I think isolation is definitely a very common part of depression. Or this feeling of isolation. But I don't think everybody feels like that. I'm diagnosed depressed years ago and it never really went away. But I'm not even sad or unhappy, I'm very neutral. Happy or sad or mad, I don't feel like doing anything for myself. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of if you never got treatment for your depression, right? Just the diagnosis itself is not gonna fix too much. Even antidepressants are only helpful to a certain degree. Since I started antidepressants, I no longer have constant fears, but I feel empty and emotionally flat. Myself to do my hobbies, otherwise I just sit or lie around. Yeah, I had antidepressants too, because so I have chronic pain, and the antidepressants I got were supposed to help with that chronic pain. I was also depressed to that point, but they were prescribed because of the chronic pain. And I hated the way they made me feel. That's why I stopped them as soon as we were able to tell they don't help with the chronic headache. And I then chose to just go through my therapy without medication like that. And rather feel the lows. So I don't know, my personal opinion is for me, because I really just hated the way they made me feel. So I would only take them if I wouldn't be sure if I survived the next low. That would be a moment where I would consider antidepressants, but apart from that, I just felt absolute garbage. So for me, but some other people, they work amazing for them. So it really depends on who you are, I guess, and how much it's worth to you. Yeah. I think we can make places where we can share our mental health problems and we can be vulnerable. We can, for example, make those places those safe spaces with our friends or within our community. It took me a long time to really accept the help, even after I first asked for it. One hurdle to ask, another to let those in to help. Work yet to do, but I'm keeping up momentum in that regard. I'm glad, Speedy. I'm glad to hear that. I hope it goes well. Yeah. I feel isolated and more alone when I'm with a group of people sometimes. That can certainly be true. And a lot of people feel like that if they don't share much of themselves with that group. Like, you're not automatically like connected with people just because they're around, right? Like, you have to have a connection with them, which you do through sharing, being vulnerable, like have them share and really, yeah, shape that connection to them. Hi, Drew. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Hasmuka, where these generalized statements are not that useful. Like, it's still a very individual thing. So let's just talk from like personal experience. Yeah. And hi, Jetty. Welcome, welcome. We have our hobbies in common and everyone being a nerd, kinda. I think to a certain extent life is about trying and trying again, right? And especially like finding connections with people we really care about and we grow close with. I think it's always going to be scary. And it can always go wrong. But I personally, at least, can say that being brave really paid off. You have a question, Jetty? All right. That's not what I mean, Hasmukar. But just that, like, for example, like what happens in your 30s is like pretty fixable, or like that, like traumas in the childhood are like, you know, like not fixable, stuff like this. Or that, like beforehand already, that like everybody should do this and this before they go to sleep. Today, it's like we can only like speak for ourselves, right? And speak for like what we experienced and what has helped us and what like we've been told from other people, but it's just a very individual topic. And I don't know, I don't want anybody to think that like they shouldn't be as hurt from something, or that they shouldn't even try to fix it because it's way too hard, or things like these, right? I was about to say I could never truly seek or believe in help in the mental field from a female, even if she is a pro, possibly a mental issue from my side. There's oftentimes people have sort of like a preference in the gender of their practitioner. I mean, for example, if you have like a woman who experienced like SA or something, yeah, she will potentially have a preference that her practitioner is female. So it just, I don't know. I think it's like fairly common. I think it would be like bad to say to like discredit the person's skills just because you personally have a preference, right? Because like as a generalized statement, that's probably not true. But having a like personal preference is very common. I always wanted to have this kind of group, and it's still so hard for me to paint the minis, read rules. I absolutely loved when I was a teenager. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, living with depression is hard. Maybe you can like read through the article I sent you and through the then like there's other articles they have as well about like how to cope with depression, for example. And maybe you find something which is useful to you, or you gain some more knowledge which you can, you know, make into something useful for yourself. So I got accepted to this new job. Little nervous because it's my first being accepted for a haunted amusement park. I get paid to scare people, but I've never done it and I'm scared I'm gonna mess it up. Oh my god. I think, you know, with things being scary, scary we do for the first time, and being scared to like mess it up is like really normal, right? Like maybe you can ask for some pointers from like co-workers, or like give them, like have them give you a little intro or like tutorial or something like this. And I think if none of that is possible, just it's also like really fair to like inform yourself on the internet, like how maybe to do it, like if you want to inform yourself more. And then apart from that, it's gonna be learning with experience and just doing it and seeing what works and what doesn't. But I think just it being a haunted amusement park, and you're probably getting like some type of like you know, like cosplay or something, I think you're gonna be fine. I thought you were talking about that not everyone can fall into depression, my bad. No. I mean, that's obvious. If there would be 100% guarantee for some people to not fall into depression, that would be like research first. Like giving out 100% guarantees is like incredibly uncommon. Yeah. I hope you can make more progress, Fire Spectre, and build a life you really enjoy again. May I ask, if you allow, but how much time it took you to overcome your childhood trauma? So, I think this is a complicated question because when I started therapy, I thought overcoming my childhood trauma would mean that I'm gonna be the person I was before that trauma. But you can't unlive something you lived, right? Like you can't go back in time and like take it out of your story. So when I then actually like went in therapy, and like now that I've come out of therapy, I think I would more describe it as you integrate your trauma. You make sense of it, like you understand how it affects you, and you sort of like work together with it in a certain way. Like there's a part of you which is just gonna be scared of certain things. Like this experience you made where certain people or certain situations turned really scary and were really hurtful. That's gonna be one part of your experience, but you make many, many more experiences, and it doesn't have to be your entire personality. The way I would describe it is that you're sort of to make it like very visual, that you as a person are a collection of your person, the person you've been in, like all the different years you sort of experienced. So you have like a 1-year-old within you, a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, blah, 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 26-year-old. And you are all of that combined. And there's a bunch of those which have had bad experiences. And before I would, if I like get to some experience which is sort of close to what I've been through, those, let's say, like persons would like take over, and I would have like a complete trauma response. Like I would get an anxiety attack or a panic attack, or get like really, really depressed, or like all of those things, you know. But now it's more of like a thing where like I don't try to suppress them anymore. Like I work with them. So a big part of like why they came out so like sort of bursting out was that I tried to suppress them and like not be influenced by them, like not behave in accordance to them, because like those are like the crazy people, right? Like they're just like super anxious, like I don't need them, like they're useless. And with that, I would bring myself in way more situations where I would be triggered, or not leave situations where I am triggered, or not care for myself in situations where like anxiety is rising. And then at a certain point where I couldn't suppress them anymore, they would like bubble up and like be there, right? And like take over the whole ship. And now that I integrated them essentially in my life, I notice when I get scared of something. I notice when a situation is like sort of like triggering me in a way, but like before it is like actually triggering me. And that enables me to take care of myself. Like it enables me to give myself a little bit of distance, to just take a breather, to look around and like take in more information and be like, hey, look, this is actually not as scary as you think. Like you were really focusing hard on that part, but with all of this new information, like here, see, there's like more to this situation. It's not like the situation back then. And so it's sort of like cooperating like with a really, really anxious person, but it's just a very anxious person about like very specific things. And that person is like not unreasonable. They just have like certain experiences which of course like have influenced their decision-making process, which is not wrong. And there's a lot of knowledge in that too, I think. And I think that's what I would sort of describe the process to have been like. So it's not really like overcoming it and being like not bothered at all anymore, but it's just learning so much about yourself that you know what situations can be tough on you, and you know it so early that you have still the option to emotionally regulate yourself. You still can mentalize, you still can like think straight. And that's changing a lot of it, because I don't know, like nowadays there's no situations like those situations I lived through anymore. So there's like basically like never the necessity to have that response fitted to the situation back then. But you are Dutch? No, I'm German. I moved to the Netherlands. No worries, Lisa, and welcome back. Damn, Jetty. Well, I think that's like good advice if you can somehow relate to embracing your character. Yeah. This is also what I experienced, Speedy. It's like there's so many people which you can invite being vulnerable by being vulnerable yourself. I mean, it's to a certain degree what we do in the stream here as well. Oh my god, Indy. Like it's still, you know, it's supposed to be fun, scary, not like that. It took years. 1 month of work. I was in therapy for 3 years. The first year, I didn't really feel like I got that much progress done because I didn't click too well with her. And then in the upcoming 2 years, it felt better. I think to a certain degree, so I think within these 2 years, I made huge progress. I don't think I'm like it's finished ever, you know, like it's always like you're always like every day you learn a little bit better about like how to take care of yourself, how to love yourself, how to be there for yourself, like which person you want to be, how like which friendships you want to have, with which relationships you want to have, which life you want to have, how you feel the most comfortable, how you feel safe, like all of these things. I feel like it's like it's an ever-changing thing, and you like always keep on learning, right? But I definitely think that within those 2 years, I sort of like I went from not knowing how like what to do with the trauma and having this like not really working coping style of like just suppressing it, to being able to integrate it and like knowing how to like go into the future about this. And I mean that made all the difference, right? So like now I can progress on my own, and before I think I was like more like stuck, or like maybe even making it worse to a certain degree. So, for example, I always like really like suppressed my childhood trauma. It also was one of the reasons why so I was like already like moved out, and I already had my own apartment. I was doing really, really well. I was really happy. I was in a good place. And then the apartment below my dad got free, and he asked me if I wanted to move in there, and that like he could like make that work with like contacts and stuff. And because I suppressed what has been going on, and that I don't feel safe with him, and just decided like completely logical, separate to the experience I actually had, which is not logical because it is an experience with that person, right? So it's essentially I just ignored all of the red flags in ignoring my trauma, and then moved into that apartment, which then re-traumatized me. So, yeah. I could have just stayed in my old place. I could have just said no. It would have probably meant down the road that I would have been able to finish my studies. But I didn't. I ignored my trauma. With that, I ignored the red flags. And I moved into close proximity with my dad again. And then within a year, not even a year, I got insane depression again. I turned suicidal. I broke off my studies and left the country. Yeah. So can't recommend that strategy. That didn't really work out well for me. Would have been better to go to therapy earlier, or just not suppress my trauma to that amount. Yeah. It's really, I guess, one of the biggest things I regret. Because I feel like when I was a child, there's no responsibility on me. Like I couldn't have done better. Like you can't expect from a child to like reject their parents so early if they're like dependent on them. But then I was 20 already. And I just wished that I wouldn't have ignored my feelings. I wished I wouldn't have been so rational and logical. But actually logical enough to understand that my feelings are a part of me. And that if the decision is ignoring my feelings, for the decision to be right, I will need to keep ignoring my feelings, which is not a possibility on a day-to-day basis. Was there any safe space? No, it wasn't, because it was COVID, Indy. Yeah. It was like real bad timing. It was literally like one day after we moved, the COVID lockdown was placed. One day after. I didn't know the COVID lockdown would be there when I decided to move. Like, we didn't even know COVID would be there. I think. A mature person coming in filled with fluff. Sure. I think the most important thing is that, like, if you overanalyze stuff, it's gonna get inaccurate, like, really soon. Corona fucked up a lot of family dynamics. Yeah, but it wasn't, like, even without COVID, it would have been, like, really bad. Like, my mistake was to ignore my gut feeling, to ignore my feelings, and just be rational and logical. Instead of being within reality. And in reality, you have feelings. Like, I was, like, back then I was really like, yeah, feelings are, like, not logical. Like, that's the emotional part. Like, you know, like, that's not the logical part. Like, a good human is, like, logical and rational, whatever. And, like, correct decisions you make if you are not emotional. And I think nowadays, I don't agree with that anymore. I think that's actually so incorrect. If it's anything which has to do with people, emotions are a part of people. If you make decisions without like taking the emotions into account, you're gonna miss a very big part of the picture. And so that decision is gonna be inaccurate. And that's what I learned in that moment. I ignored feelings. Feelings are a part of my person. My decision was inaccurate. And not only a little bit, but by a big amount. Remember watching a video where the doctor was pointing out you can't logic your way out of depression, and I just thought, yes, I tried to do that. Yup. I have this, I listened to this audiobook, this one, and its name is Don't Believe Everything You Think. It's actually really amazing that the author, like this is read by the author, and he's just putting it on YouTube for free. Like, this is like, you know, real nice. And I think, so I'm not, you know, like, this is still not, like, you know, like, he's not a psychologist or whatever, but at least as far as I'm concerned, he's not a psychologist or whatever. So this is more of like, you know, like, take all of this with a grain of salt, like my opinion, right? Like, this is his opinion. It's his perspective. I do think there's a lot of valuable points in that perspective, like in like nearly any perspective. And I really love one of the examples he's giving in that book, which is the example of the monk, in like of the monk who's like angry that people are disrupting his meditation. And we're thinking, oh, like everybody, like he has this like anger like directed at people or things the entire time. And then he sort of like understands like this is actually just like this is my interpretation of the world. Like, it doesn't have to be correct. Like, just because I am angry or I feel a certain way doesn't mean the other people like wanted me to feel that way. Or it is that way. And the other part of it, like at the end, it goes a little bit, like for my personal taste, a little bit too far into sort of like a very, like borderline religious of like, do this, don't do that, you know, like very preachy direction, but I think it's still a good book. And I can also understand like how like getting like sort of a revelation like really feels like, oh, I understood everything, and then like obviously you're gonna be preachy about it because you feel like a preach. No, wait, yeah. Anyways, you understand what I mean. But what he also says, you can't think your way out of suffering, and that thinking is actually sort of like that actual bliss and pleasure and happiness is actually happening in those moments where you don't think. And sort of in those flow states. And to a certain amount, I do have to agree. I think the moments where you overthink are usually more of like worry and planning and stress and sort of like negative, while if you sort of just do something, just start with something, there's just not as many worries. There's just, I don't know, just more happiness. You just got a new haircut, brand new person. I would love to see the haircut, I do have to say. And welcome, the good Red Hook. I stopped caring what other people thought of me once I realized that they almost never do. And I stopped suffering when I stopped avoiding pain. Yeah. I'm like trying to figure out if there's sort of like specific situations where I'm like, But I think this is very generally applicable, actually. Have you, like, I also, like, to a certain extent, so I'm still a bit like, oh my god, what other people are gonna think, but it's gotten, like, way better already. I was, like, really hyper-aware as a kid. So it's, like, I'm, like, not fully over it, but I'm being braver every day. But I've seen this, like, video. I don't know if you all have seen it. Let me see if I can find it. No, I can't find it. But it's a video of essentially like, so somebody's in the gym, and there's like multiple videos like this in like different skits and all of these things, but like people in the gym like doing super like something like really happening where like everybody would feel like, oh no, like everybody's gonna watch me. And then you see in the background how nobody gives a flying fuck. Nobody's even like turning their head. Nobody even noticed. So one of those videos was like there was a girl trying to do some leg cable situation, whatever. And I don't know what happened or why, or if it was like probably it was fake or whatever, but she was essentially like lifted up with the whole machine. And was like then like low-key like hanging off of that. Like with her leg like up there, just sort of like trying to hold on to the thing, and like it looked so funny. And nobody watched. There were a whole bunch of like gym people in the back, nobody even noticed. Like she was hanging there like, oh my god, what the fuck am I gonna do now? No. She had to then be like, hey, can somebody help? So it's like, I don't know, I feel like we feel very easily paranoid about like how much attention people give us, even though they really don't. There's also been like a different video where somebody was like going to the gym in like a clown suit or something, and like nobody was watching him, like nobody noticed. There was also there were also like some videos of like people in a mall where there was sort of like an experiment where they like sent somebody through who looked like completely like wild, and then they were asking people if they've seen that person, and they were like, huh, what? No. And then I noticed that also in my relationship when like Zach is like, oh, have you seen those shoes? And I was like, there was a person? What? No. Oh, like, oh, have you seen that car was like bright red or something? And I'm like, I was looking to the trees. Nah, no, sorry. So this is like definitely like, I don't know, just like realizing how many people actually like completely ignore one is kind of freeing. Apart from that, really, also like if people just like look through you, like noticing that even if people look at you, so often they don't, like even if they look mean, they don't judge you. They just like either look through you or are sort of like busy in their minds in that moment. And there's like so many possible situations where people can look at you mean and it actually has nothing to do with you. Like, I don't know, for example, you remind them of like an ex who mistreated them. They're gonna probably look kind of like they're gonna get like, you know, like, ah, thinking about that. And like, yeah, technically you triggered that memory, but it's like, it's not about you. Like, you don't have to do anything. And then also like, stopped suffering when I stopped avoiding pain. I like also really agree. Because so often we like either we suffer because we like don't do something which is necessary for us to do. So we stay, for example, in like a bad relationship or friendship or whatever, just because we're scared to like leave. And then we just like suffer way more just because we avoid the pain of leaving or the fear of leaving. Or being this of like trying to avoid like any pain or like any discomfort, and like making sort of like, for example, like we've noticed this in our relationship when we're apart from each other. Like if my husband is like here and I'm like in Germany with my family, I don't know, just like, you know, like helping in the house and stuff like this, like doing like household chores is just, to a certain extent, just feels like easier because there's no one else who can do it. Like you can't be like, oh, like I don't want to, like Leah's gonna do it, or like, oh, I don't want to, like Zach is gonna do it. Like you can't try and like push it onto a different person, right? If you don't do it, nobody will. And then this question about whether you do it or not goes away, and I feel like that also helps to like not be so, I don't know, just to be less bummed out about like having to do an annoying task. You shaved off the entire beard? Speedy, from like belly length to like no? Oh my god. That's brave. I'm trying to look into donations as well. It's good that you remind me, because I've had a neighbor of mine do that. And because of that, I'm actually like letting my hair grow so much. Because I want to do that too. I wanted to do it the last time already, but I just didn't find any information about like how I can do it. But I just need to ask her, because like I know from her that she's done it. So I'm gonna ask her how all of that works, like if you have to go to a special hairdresser or just put it in a bag or stuff like this. And then I have to see how long it still needs to grow or something. For me to like not be bald afterwards, you know. You're going to donate your bed as well. Oh my god. I mean, imagine, that would be sick. I mean, you know, you say that, Nihilist Life, but he behaves like he's haunted sometimes. Like he runs around the apartment like he's seeing ghosts. I don't know. Maybe he is haunted, you know? Maybe he's depressed, that's why he's sleeping so long. What we know? What we know, actually, I'm not sure. You can make that future Leah's problem. Present Leah gets to relax. No, I don't have that possibility, actually. Like, if there's a task which has to be done, like, it's gonna be on my mind. So I'm always the person, like, I'm working for the, yeah, like, future peace, which is sometimes actually detrimental because it makes me, like, not enjoy the moment, or push myself too fast in the hopes of being done with it at some point. But there's always more to be done. So then you are not and never done with it. And then you just push yourself too much. But you learn and you grow. I saw some videos where kids don't remember their own name. Oh my god. As if they can't. Yikes. How much do you have to cut off to donate? I think they sort of like minimum of 30 centimeters or something. I thought there was something like that. That's the zoomies. Well, the zoomies are running around like you're on drugs, right? But like looking at the walls, like with eyes like these, being like, I can't look into his head, but that looks pretty haunted from the outside. Yeah, 30 centimeters. 75 centimeters ponytail? Oh, damn. But there has to be virgin, as in never colored, etc. I think my hair nowadays actually is. Yeah, like back then it wasn't. I had all the hair colors of the rainbow. But nowadays it isn't. Yeah, nowadays it is virgin hair. Oh my god. That pickup line is so bad. Are you an existential crisis because I'm going to be having you later in my bed tonight? Like, the delivery, like with all pickup lines, the delivery is gonna decide whether a person laughs or laughs politely and runs. Are you Chad or Chad? Well, that's not for me to decide, is it? But every subscriber is a Chad, as you can see with the icon. So, by technicality, actually, me too. I do have that icon, I think. Yeah, I do. I am in fact a Chad, certified. They will never know if I have natural platinum blonde hair, right? Surely. Hmm. Yeah. Like, I think my hair is actually gonna be like really hard to match because it can be like really curly or pretty straight depending on how you style it. Is that what the sub badge is? Yeah, as if you've never seen, like, noticed that. No way, Andy. Like, how long are you a subscriber? You're a subscriber since, like, forever. Wait, where can you see that, actually? Oh yeah, since 8 months. You just thought it was some dude? Yeah, I just put random dudes' pictures as my subscriber image. Oh my god. Yeah, this is Zach actually. Yeah. They don't like salt and pepper, but if you go full Grey Fox, you can donate again. Well, I mean, I don't think I have that many grey hair yet. That it turns into a problem. I guess. So your substance yesterday, right? Right. Imagine I would just have like, I don't know, like Fluffy's image or Indy's image as like the subscriber image or Zeg's, or just some like some Google image of a guy as a subscriber image. Oh my lord. That would be wild. Of course, that's what I meant, Fluffy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The bonus blonde hairs? Exactly. I took bad care of myself, guys. I'm gonna have to get some water. And I think we're gonna have to end the stream a bit earlier today because I just noticed I have major headache. I just came back. Was like, oh yeah, the plant. I forgot. I wanted to like give it water. Gave it my water. Looked at the empty glass. Was like, ah, yeah, my water. Got a new glass of water. It's funny. The odd time I've been hassled for being a man with long hair. Then I tell them I grow to donate for cancer patients. They shut up real quick. This is I love morale clapbacks like this. Because our society is silly, right? Like, our society is a little bit silly. Like, we just, you know, like, real smart beings, yeah, blah, blah, blah. You can, like, say that all day, but we're real silly, I think. Especially our society and our social rules are really silly, right? So all of this, like, oh, like, masculinity, like, people, like joking or, like, being like, ugh, you know? So if you tell me, like, this is what I love, then, like, clapping back with something with it, which is sort of same bullshit system, but just hierarchy above theirs. It's like, you know, like, you want to play that game? Let's do it then, shall we? Let's do it then. So this is exactly one of those situations, like, they hassling you with, hey, you okay with long hair? And then you're like, I grow to donate it to cancer patients. I don't know. It's like, it's funny. I know, you know, maybe it's not... I don't know how, like, beneficial it is for society, or if you're really changing something in that moment about their opinion, blah, 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 but it's just funny. I think it's really funny. Like, I don't know. Oh, are you also, like, living in a... Like, are you Dutch, nihilist? I didn't pick that up. I just thought, like, you were asking me, like, oh, like, are you Dutch? Like, I didn't know you were Dutch. Or, like, are you just able to speak a bit of Dutch? You're also Dutch? Okay, how many Dutch people are in the chat right now? All Dutch people say, I don't know, D for Dutch. You're gonna go to Japan? Oh my god! Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I'm so excited for you. You wanna, like... I know, you know, like, you haven't been here for that long, but do you want to potentially join our Discord and send in pictures of Japan? Like, can I interest you? Amazing, awesome. Because I always, like, I was so close to making, like, a... Well, so close to maybe, like, a bit... But, like, I'm gonna define what so close mean in this context, and I'm gonna argue this is so close. I was so close to doing, like, a semester abroad for... in Tokyo, Japan, actually. But then COVID hit, so it didn't happen. But I was already accepted and everything, and it was such a dream of mine. And I still dream of living in Japan for, like, yeah, 3 to 6 months or something like that. I would love to do that someday. But at the moment, we're, like, pretty location bound and bound to regular vacation days. So it doesn't really work. But that... Oh, I would love that. I would love to get to know the culture from up close and really live in it for a certain period of time. Yeah. Definitely do so. I would love to see it. I love to see pictures from you guys, like, about, like, you know, just, of course, like, make sure that you don't, like, dox yourself, right? Like, make sure there's no addresses, that it's not too close to your home. Like, you know, there's evil people on the internet. We all know that. But I love to see pictures of, like, different countries, and just, I don't know, I just love to see pictures. It's like sort of like our personal Instagram, where it's like less of the over-edited influencer and whatever, but it's just like pictures of, like, this friend group, and I love it. I don't do touristy things, though. I do the daily Japan life mostly. I mean, that's perfect. That's specifically what I'm interested in. Love it. Ah, Nederlanden! Let's go! Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. I love it. You can send them in blah, blah, blah. Huh? So wait. What? Do I have like some of the channels disabled? Wait. Let me check real quick. Yeah, I think like honestly just like daily vibe check or general, like you can like, I don't know, like who am I trying to kid? We don't really have like that crazy of like a differentiation. So just send them in wherever you feel comfortable with it. And if we at some point do care where they go and where they don't go, then we will let you know. But I think so far there's just not really, you know. I was in the Netherlands for 4 days last year. Can I be Dutch too? Sure. 4 days. Clearly you're Dutch at this point. Like, who would argue with you? But yeah, so needless to wanted to go. We'll see you the next time. And yeah, fijne avond. Funny. I love how small the world is sometimes. Yeah. There's this like sentence, right, about like if you can be anything in this world, be kind. And I love that. I think, I don't know, I think kindness is really, I love the word so much. Because it doesn't mean being a suck up, it doesn't mean being dishonest or people pleaser. I think kindness is just sort of like being, yeah, being kind. I don't know, like it's just not, it's like so many combinations. It's just essentially, yeah, why am I even trying to describe the word with a different word if it means that word? Like how am I gonna go about this? Like it feels like sort of like a combination of like being soft but not, but you don't have to be like not confident or cute or like stuff like this, you know? But sort of that you're like safe, you know? And caring and helpful. Hard to describe. And hi, relaxing. Welcome back. You went there for like 3 weeks, and then you went back to the Netherlands for 10 days, and now you're going for 3 months? Oh my god. Nice. So was it this good? Like, was it like, okay, I need to go back ASAP, or is it like sort of like family business or something like this? Welcome back, Fluffy. IT is a good remote working job, kind of, so it's definitely something you can do one day. I mean, technically, I agree. There's a lot of businesses who don't like you working in the, like, internationally, like globally, because of like safety. And there's a lot of businesses who want you to come in to the office multiple times per week, and they will maybe let you like not do this for a week or something if there's like special circumstances, but like won't really be like, yeah, just everybody like do like workation the entire time. There's definitely some businesses in in the IT sector, I argue there's going to be like way like a higher chance of this than in different sectors, for sure. But sadly, it's not as common as I would like, to be honest. Like, it's still kind of like rare to find those job opportunities where vacation is a thing. Also for my work, I write light novels, I make music, I also draw. I write Japanese light novels. Oh my god, that's really cool. Oh, that's so cool. Like, I love that you can, like, you know, like, live from doing what you love. Like, I just last week made myself like a how do you say it? I don't know. Like, I've turned like self-employed with the stream and doing like software as a service, and also like photography, videography, and yeah, it's, I don't know yet if I'm gonna be able to live off what I like doing, but we'll see. It's gonna be interesting. Oh my god, I love how many pictures you send. Oh my god, I love it. Whoever wants to scroll through the pictures themselves, go to Discord, guys. I want to try all of those snacks. I'm like really, I really like trying like new foods and snacks, but like especially snacks, because like with foods I'm like sort of like really picky. With snacks also, but I still like to try a lot of them, even though I'm gonna like eat one and then that's gonna be it. But I love all of those like the I don't know how, like these coin machines where not coin machines, that's probably the wrong word. But these like machines where you can like buy snacks and drinks and all of that stuff. Ooh. Oh, the trains are painted so sick. Oh my god. No way. They even have like accessories within the train which fit the theme of the train, as if. That house looks insane. I definitely gotta go there. There's no way around it. Oh my god, the food is so cute! Oh my god! Is this ice cream or like cat ice cream? Oh my god, so much Hello Kitty stuff. A friend of mine would die for this. Like, she loves Hello Kitty. Oh. Oh, Korean barbecue? Oh, come on. Now I'm really hungry. When is the community get together in Japan? I mean, the moment we find a host family in Japan who's gonna, like, take us in. Sure. Oh. Food looks so delicious. Oh my god. The art is crazy. They just hung a golden cow in front of their sign? That's insane. I mean, why not? And is that your art? Like, is that the art you made? That looks like a matcha drink or something, and I want one right now. How cute are they? It's like a how's this egg thing called? Like omelette, whatever. And they like on the plate, they with like ketchup or what this is. It's like they made a cat. And like wrote something which I sadly can't read, but you know, like people can. Oh, this sushi looks kind of great too. Korean barbecue again? Or wait, is this then like Japanese barbecue? Oh, wait, what? What is that? Oh, from Frieren? They just put like a thing on that window. That's so cool. Oh, that's really cute. Oh my god, I would love that, Indy. So like, Indy needs to get like really good at dancing, then go to that like K-pop dance intensive in Korea, and then we also all go there. Like, that's the plan. Sorry, I have to catch up with chat. I wasn't reading chat at all. If you have an external problem, modem, or tell your colleagues about your personal life, it's really easy to work from abroad. Mindy. Like, if you don't have to come in, then yeah, but otherwise. Sci-fi romance, dark fantasy. The latest light novel. And race 10k. Oh my god. Will be the 6th time. 15k went fast. Oh my god, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, by the way, like, we have a self-promotion channel in our Discord, right? Like, all the links where, like, people can buy your, like, light novels or art services or, like, anything. Like, put them in the self-promotion channel. Go for it. Japan is like Australia's backdoor. That's like totally next. Oh, damn, true. That is kind of close. I completely forgot about stuff like this. And a week from Malaysia, then 3 months Japan again. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Oh my god, Indy. I didn't even know you were such a Frieren fan. Aww. Frieren is so good. Yeah, and then you can just stand there and be like standing with them. Aww. Oh, more good food. The drinks look so nice. The cat ears. Oh my god, I love it. Damn, the filter on that one image. Those strings look good. Oh my god. I still have a lot to go. Thank you for the follow and welcome. We're like currently looking at like pictures of Yun at on Discord. So PewDiePie, the mental health talk is sort of like grinded to a halt, and we're now in a little bit of small talk before we probably wrap up the stream. Bro, like some of these like things they like the how you even say this, like this sort of statues they build for like commercial purposes around their restaurants are insane. Like this big person, or like the clown, or this hand with sushi is like, yo. Or like this dragon. That's wild. Oh my god, the dog is tiny and so cute. Oh, that food looks amazing. I notice I'm really hungry. It seems like there's so much individualism in Japan. But at the same time, like you always hear that there's like very strict or like very heavy social expectations. I would really love to go there in person to like see how this sort of like plays out. Oh, the ramen. Thank you so much for all the pictures. And definitely also be very invited to send more pictures from the upcoming trip. And we're planning a big party in Japan. Yeah, and then we're planning to come along when Indie gets famous in K-pop dancing. Yeah. And hi, Starker, welcome as well. And hi, Roots, welcome. And hi, Nick, welcome as well. Love my earrings? Thank you so much. I love them too. Oh, you had cosplays? Cosplay your characters? Oh my god. Loki famous. Literally famous. Oh, that's nice and neither. Oh my god, she's gonna love that, Yoon. That sounds so amazing. Why I only like girls fully clothed? Fully clothed. Have you considered other sexualities, Nick? Like, have you ever thought about different sexualities? Or what type of, like, liking, disliking is it? Oof, that's a timeline. There's multiple which play your music? Oh my god, that's amazing, Yun. That's really, really amazing. And thank you for sharing the novel. Go for it. I'm gonna take all of the pictures. Oh my god. So, okay. So we know now, like, who can tell us what the good spots are in Japan. Community meetup in Japan with Yun as our travel guide. Amazing. Oh, I love this. I mean, didn't Yun say that, like, the light novels are also in Japanese? So, I guess, like, I would guess so, yeah. Exactly. Literally Fluffy's answer. Japanese, Chinese, and around 6 other languages. Oh my lord. Okay, how do you... Is there like a hack to learn languages? Because I have to learn Dutch and I'm still really bad. I'm really bad with languages in general. So like, is there any advice? How do you like how do you learn a language for dummies, essentially? Is that... I guess I'm hoping for a cheat code, to be honest, which probably won't exist, so... Thank you, Fluffy. I learn from just speaking and listening mostly. Only writing and reading takes some effort. For me personally, it has always been easy. Yeah. Yeah. I sort of expected there would be no hack. Like with everything in life where you like hope for a hack, but there isn't really one. Guess you just need time and practice. I feel like I learned English because of Nintendo DS. Amazing. No, you can just be proud of being good at languages, Yun. Don't worry about it. I learned English through chat roulette just because I was forced to speak English there. Oh my god, lol. I've never done that actually. I currently only write, edit, translate, draw, compose, and write lyrics. Well, if it's only that, then that's like really like... So what do you do as a hobby then? No, like really, like be proud of what you do. Like you seem like a really creative person. Like you don't need to like play it down or be like, oh, like I hope I don't like intimidate anybody. Like you can be proud of that. I think it's amazing. Like everybody has their own qualities. Ah, my god. I didn't even know that like turned into a problem, Fluffy. I was blissfully unaware until this point. Do you really need to learn Dutch though? Yeah, I think that's honestly the problem though. Because it's just so at the beginning I wasn't really good at English either, right? So like essentially when I came to the Netherlands, I learned English properly first. And then I'm like also trying to learn Dutch, but yeah, like I speak English with my friends. It's just like easier, you know. So it's like I can speak Dutch to like a certain extent, but I just don't speak it enough, I think, to like really get a good amount of practice in. And then with Zeg, because like we both like moved from Germany, right? I just speak German with him or English. So there's no Dutch practice. Then with our friends, there's no Dutch practice. A lot of our friends are also experts. So with them, like there's obviously like English, you know. And then the only practice you really get is in a restaurant or in the supermarket, which is limited amount of practice. We're probably gonna wrap up this stream. Just because I still like, so I have like chronic headache, but I didn't drink enough before and my headache is like still worse. So I think we're gonna sort of like wrap up the stream soon and then see each other again tomorrow probably for a co-working stream. So if you're interested in co-working streams, you can take part there. And Dutchies love to practice English. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, that also explains why they switch so easily, actually. Are earrings your favorite kind of jewelry, by the way? I think so. For a while, I was really like also wearing like a lot of rings. But now I don't really like the sensation of it. Like I sometimes even feel like wearing rings hurts after a certain amount of time, so I stopped wearing them at all, essentially. I do like necklaces as well. But yeah, I think like the easiest jewelry is... And like the one where I feel like I have also like the coolest are earrings, I think. Yeah. I've actually like a like an idea for earrings I want to make. I have it since like a year already or something, and I got the materials, and I just have to like get around to it at some point. And I hope I can like wear them, because there's a lot of like, I don't like earrings if there's like a lot which is like making sounds, because that can make me like overwhelmed. And with those, it's definitely like there's like multiple things like hanging. So yeah, I don't know like how loud or how, like what sounds those things are gonna specifically make, but I'm still gonna make them and like see. And it might be like really cool. Or well, I at least hope they're gonna be really cool. Yeah. I do think the pronunciation definitely is kind of hard, I think. Like I sometimes had times where like in winter when I was like practicing like more Dutch, that I got like throat pain essentially, and like turned sick even, because it's just such a different use of like your vocal cords. And apart from that, what really makes Dutch hard for me is, oddly enough, how close it is to English and German, because for whatever reason it doesn't really register as like a different language in my brain. So I don't remember the words. I just remember like, oh, this word was English, this word was German. And then I'm supposed to like, this is why like I can understand pretty much. But if I'm supposed to like speak, it's like, oh fuck, okay, so this word, like, was this now English or German or like whatever, you know? So it's just, I don't know. Yeah, but like to be fair, I was like always like really bad with languages, like really any language, like even English was really, really difficult for me back in school. Like I don't know. My favorite are all kinds of piercings. Maybe I'm kind of biased because I do piercings for a living. Potentially. I think like I don't have much of an opinion actually about piercings, because with the earrings, like I never got like more, like I would maybe like more earrings. But I haven't got any yet, because the earrings I got took so long to heal. Like it took really, I don't know, like more than a year actually to like actually heal. It's like really weird. And I think even now, if I would like just not wear earrings for like a long period of time, like it would still heal. Like it's really weird. Like I don't know why my ears are like trying to like heal the entire time. It really should, like, you know, just give up. Like I want that to be there actually, but doesn't care. Oh, you wanted a dragon ring? Oh my god, that would be so cool though, and such a cute story. I hope you do get a dragon ring sometime. Through marriage or just for yourself. I'm not, you can't even speak it normally. Oh my god, okay, that actually is relieving a bit. How do you balance someone who is struggling with mental health and does absolutely nothing versus someone who is struggling with mental health but still does things they need to do because they have bills to pay? How do you mean, how do you balance? Like, from which perspective are you trying to balance? Like, is it a partnership between those two people? And like how to like balance like energy expenditure and like stuff like this within that partnership? Your ears are doing the same thing too. Yeah, it's so weird, right? Hmm. Don't worry about it. Episode 8. Like, this is really, like, mental health is a complicated topic. Like, this is why we ask. Like, it doesn't bother me to ask for clarification. Can you imagine me in a professional field wearing a tacky dragon ring? I bet there's also not tacky dragon rings. I have a lot harder time emphasizing with people who do absolutely nothing when they have bills to pay. At the end of the day, there has to be some level of resilience as a fully grown adult. I mean, many people who use mental health as an excuse, for example, to not get a job. So what do you want to balance then? What do you mean, Shrimp? I want to balance my perspective. What to believe and what not to. So essentially a reality check whether, like, your perspective, like, makes sense or not, essentially. I think mental health problems can look very different and feel very different to a lot of different people. And we never have enough information to actually just judge somebody as like you're not doing enough or whatever, right? Doesn't mean you have to be fine with everything, right? So for example, if you have a partner who's like mentally doing not well, not able to do anything, it's okay to be overwhelmed with that. It's okay to be overwhelmed with this caretaker responsibility of like fulfilling all of these tasks for them. And I think it's even okay to just, you know, like leave a person like this if you just notice that you turn resentful and that like you try talking about it, but you weren't able to find a solution, and it just turns toxic, you know? I think you don't really need to make that judgment, you know? I, so far in life, have personally felt like it was usually not harmful to believe their perspective. No matter if that perspective seems completely out of touch with reality. It depends on what that, like, believing their perspective means to you, right? So I, for example, think that believing their perspective is essentially just believing them. Then if they say something is hard, it is hard for them. But even though something is hard for somebody, doesn't mean that you now have to do it, right? So I think both of these things can be true at the same time. Like, it can be true that a person like can't do something, or like can't take care of themselves, or like needs a lot of help, or all of these things, or like could technically do something, but it's like even if they're just being lazy, like even if you were to say it doesn't really change the situation on your end, right? Because the decision you need to make is just, do you want to be in contact with them? Do you want to do something for them or not? And if you don't want to be in contact with them, you don't want to have a friendship or relationship with them, you don't have to. And I think it's good practice to not sort of like instantly drop somebody, but sort of like talk about it and just talk about your end of this. Because usually we're trying to sort of find validation for our own feelings if we look to make like an official judgment on somebody. Like we sort of feel like maybe like overwhelmed with the amount of responsibility they give us or with the amount of work we have to do for them. And then we're looking for some, like we feel like, oh, but we can't say that because they're like not doing well, right? Like I can't say they're too much because like they're mentally unwell. And which is like I also wouldn't say like they're too much, right? But it's valid to say like this is like really overwhelming. Like this is like I just can't take that responsibility. Like I feel myself getting like depressed myself or like being overwhelmed and all of these things. Like stating your side of this is valid. As long as it doesn't make a statement about the other person. And then it can just be like that relationship just doesn't work between you two. And so I don't think the other person needs to have done anything like officially wrong or be officially lazy or be officially like should do more or whatever. Because like, will that help them to like do something? You know? Probably not. So it's sort of the like very like to me like common example is when like friends of mine, like girlfriends, like complain about like he doesn't even get me flowers. Like this is like sort of general rule, societal expectation. They need to be flowers, and if he doesn't get me flowers, like it's his mistake. Where it's like, is it though? And like, will that help? To like now be like, you like officially you didn't adhere to the rules of society, to the standards of society. You have to deliver me flowers. Like this is your obligation. Like to sort of like force them to do what you want them to do. Is that what we really want? Don't really. Like usually not. And oftentimes this also doesn't really work that well. If you go into that type of discussion with that perspective. Usually it works way better to just go to a partner and be like, hey, I would really appreciate flowers. Like if I get flowers, I feel seen, I feel appreciated. I feel like you care for me and I feel special. And could you do that to me, like for me? Well, it's not really like they have to carry their responsibility for their own life, right? Like you don't have to carry the responsibility for their life. So this is why like I sort of put it in the like the analogy like is a bit different, but I sort of put it in the same basket because you don't have to stay with somebody. You don't have to carry their responsibility. You don't have to like, you know, like do what it takes to make them survive. Like apart, like except if you're like a social worker who like literally has that in their job description of like going to people's places and like helping them do whatever they want you to do. But you don't have that, like you don't have to do that for people if you don't want to. So you can always go. And some partners are gonna support their friends or loved ones through a situation like this. They're gonna like carry them like out of bed if that's what it takes, shower them, doesn't matter. And some people will not want to do that. I get that, but I'm not one to just drop someone like that. So here is now the interesting part, right? Because this is actually why this is such a difficult situation for you. Because there's a conflict, right, of morale. So essentially you have feelings, and this is exactly what I said before, actually, if you notice. So by looking for this sort of like ruling outside, you were looking for validation for these feelings. Like it pisses you off. But at the same time, you made a rule that like you can't drop somebody. If somebody actually needs help, you need to help them. Otherwise, you're a dick. But now you're in this situation where your feelings tell you, I don't want to do this. I don't give a fuck anymore. And how I would treat such a situation is I would talk to a person and be like, hey, I know you're struggling and I want to support you. But this is really overwhelming sometimes and I can't do this forever. I need us to find a solution which will not be this for the rest of our lives. This can be outside help, like some social worker help. This can be signing up for therapy. This can be trying to like support you, supporting them with just like sort of being like, hey, like, okay, so like where can we start? Like how can we, like, I don't see, like usually this is also connected with this sort of like pattern that you notice like, there doesn't seem to like change anything. So it's like, first of all, you want like everybody to do everything. And there's no change. Like it's stagnating. Like there seems to be sort of like stuck situation. Like an acceptance of like how the situation is while you're not comfortable in that situation. So I think that's really the part you need to like tell them. That like you're happy to help them. You're happy to support them. You know, sometimes life gets tough. But this is overwhelming to you. This is really hard for you to do. You feel like you're like slowly burning out. It gets really hard to do those things. And this is not sustainable for you. Are there any solutions which can be found? And this discussion is going to be hard. And it's probably going to be helpful to like try and say this like really nice so that the person like doesn't feel like you're like just rejecting them. Some people will like instantly feel like a burden if you say anything close to this. And gonna be like, okay, like then just do nothing. Just leave me die, you know? Which is then also not the thing you want. So I think it's like usually like really helpful to tell the person, hey, like we need to talk. I am here for you. I do love you. I want to support you. And I do not mind supporting you. But the amount of support right now is overwhelming me and it's too much for me. And we need to find a better solution. And then to go into sort of like problem solving direction of like, I don't know, and also like let the other person contribute. Like you don't have to like handle like this entire talk alone. Like you can also be like, do you like, what should we, like, what can we do about this? If you notice that something is like, anyways, out of your boundary, you can also say that. Like, you can also share with them that, like, hey, Like, you asked me to do this, and I know I said yes, and I did it one time, but it's really like I'm not comfortable doing that. You need to find a different person who does that. Like, I'm sorry, I really can't do that for you. Like, anything else, but this, this is over my boundary. So I would start like this. I would stay away from judging the person and like sort of, because this is like not taking their perspective into account, right? And this is still, to a certain amount, like this life is still survival. They have at the end of the day, they have the responsibility for their own life. So if you approach this talk and you try everything you could, but this is a situation which is unacceptable to you, it's okay to be like, hey, I really wanted to help, but nothing we tried, like, this is not working out for me. And either we need, like, we're gonna go for, like, some big changes and, like, somehow still make this work, or I'm sorry, but I have to quit this friendship. I can't do these things anymore. It's burning me out. It's making me mentally unstable. It's taking too much from me. And then that other person has like one last chance to be like, okay, like we're gonna make it work. And like I'm actually gonna commit to like making to those changes as well, because I know like you're being serious. Or that other person is gonna like dismiss you again, and then you're like, well, I said everything I said. And you got this. So peace out. And then you tried, right? Like you tried to help, you did everything you could, but you don't have the responsibility to sacrifice yourself for somebody else. Like I feel like we do have a responsibility to help, but not to sacrifice ourselves. And usually most people do appreciate the help and also like do see how much it takes from the person who helps them. And so there's a lot of ways you can find some sort of compromise or a better way. So for example, what you can also try and like, so if you talk to the person and you two don't really get to any answer or any sort of game plan on how to go about this, it's like, first of all, you can call social services or some support hotline or talk to a GP or like a psychologist or like get like sort of medical professionals involved, right? And look for guidance there. Like especially if it's like sort of like a like medically like more serious like situation going on. But apart from that, if it's just like sort of like, you know, like you guys sort of try and you like don't get anywhere, a good sort of idea or like sort of question to ask is also what actually helps you. Like what helps you most, what helps you the least. Because sometimes when we're trying to help people, it's the help which is the most taxing for us might not be the help which is the most like supportive to them. So maybe there is a way you can sort of like alleviate your like some of like your like most not effortless, but the work which is the most effort to you, and like leave them out because the other person is anyway like, well, like if that's like so exhausting to you, that's actually like, you know, you don't have to do that. Like I don't mind if that's being done less or if I don't get that like support from you. But these other things where you maybe think like, well, this is like I could do that all day, you know, like that's actually the most supportive to me, and then you can do that more instead. So then it's like the support for them is going up and the pressure on you is going down. Like that this is mismatched sort of is happening often, really often. because we usually don't really ask for feedback on that, and the person who is receiving help is not like, it's like scared to give feedback on that, because they're like, I have to, like, I'm getting support, like I have to be happy with everything I get, I can't be like pushy about this, right? So then that feedback is lacking to actually like optimize this support. So trying to optimize the support can like really help, and just like talk about, yeah, like what is the most helpful to you, what is the least helpful to you, and then share yourself, like this is the most exhausting for me, this is the least exhausting for me. And then if that doesn't really give like a proper idea, you can go into the next question, which would be that which part of a task is most exhausting or like least exhausting to you. So I don't know, like maybe for example, like if emotional support where like the person can just like share and like you just listen, it can be really taxing for some people if they have the expectation that they need to say something useful and actually offer help and advice. But sometimes the person is just going to be like, hey, I don't need advice. You don't have to give me advice in that moment. You also don't have to emotionally regulate me. You just really have to be there and hug me. Like, I just want to say it out loud. I just want to be hugged, and that's really it. Like, that's the most you need to do. And then I'm happy. And then you can just try that and see if it works. So a lot of these things also are going to be trial and error, right? So you talk about this with the person and be like, okay, let's see if we can like sort of like make this work better, because this is like really pushing me to my limit right now. And then you like come up with certain strategies, you try these, and like a week later or 2 weeks later, you sort of like come back to it and are like, okay, so what strategy worked? What didn't work? What do we felt like is good? What do we feel like is not so good? To sort of like evaluate how good the optimization worked, and maybe try different types of optimization if necessary, or like further optimize some of these optimizations. Yeah. But you don't, like, just because a person is struggling, you don't have to take everything. Like, you can still have boundaries, even if a person is struggling, right? Like, they are their person, you are your person. Your first responsibility is to maintain your core boundaries. And then there's going to be some boundaries where you can make compromises on and all of that. And that's good, you know, and we do that all the time when we're trying to help people. But yeah, you don't have to sacrifice yourself. You're welcome. But if there's like any sort of like more serious mental health issue involved, a really good step can also just be to agree with the other person that they sign up for therapy. Put themselves on a waiting list at least. Because it's just, I don't know, like for people who are like mentally unwell, to the point where there's maybe like suicidal ideations involved, it can feel like you can feel really trapped in that relationship. And then you alleviate yourself of that pressure if they have a therapist. Because then you won't feel like, okay, like they're gonna, you know, like there's gonna be, like, I don't have the choice to leave because otherwise a person dies. Because then you're like, okay, therapist, here you go. I'm here as a friend, but I can also still leave, you know? So that would also be then a good starting point. And also on things like, on topics like suicidal ideation, if that is somehow involved in the question, you can always call a suicide hotline as well. Suicide hotlines are not only for the people struggling. But like, so, I mean, there's, of course, like, there's some people who have like negative experiences with suicide hotlines. Not all of them are amazing. Of course. But on average, suicide hotlines are not only for the people who suffer, but like who suffer directly or like are influenced directly, but also for their loved ones and people involved. Ah, Jesus Christ. Have you ever... There is like one website I really love to offer as a resource where you can find hotlines and crisis lines, but from different categories. And I feel like this is sort of like a bigger... like there's like way more hotlines in there as you usually know of. So maybe there's, I don't know, like there's, for example, like LGBTQ friendly hotlines as well, like specifically like for LGBTQ people and stuff like this. So maybe you can find like a different hotline there, which is like gonna work better. So that's like one of the resources I can offer. Like maybe worth, like I guess like looking at them and just seeing if there's like different options. I would definitely do say don't put in, so you're gonna be like on the website and then you're gonna put in your country and then you're asked to put in your city, but you don't need to put in your city. If you put in your city and there's like just one hotline left or no or whatever, just leave out the city and only put in your country. Like most of these hotlines are like for that country and not only for the city. But then for some reason, I don't know, like don't show up under the city, like if you put in the city. So just sort of like FYI, so you know, like don't get like confused by there's like no variety or something. Because usually if you just put in the country, there's a lot of options. If I ignored anybody's message who's like, I would still please like read my message, send them in again. And hi PX, welcome, welcome. She makes me anxious. Even when she talks, I get anxious. And even when she don't, I get anxious. What are you talking about? Like a partner, a friend, or mother, or me? I think, Angie, the best way would be really try and get to know her. Like, try to write down everything you know about her, everything you learned about her. If you still have time until her birthday, try to ask her questions, like what she likes, what she doesn't like. Try to be really attentive to the things she, like, says about, like, I don't know, like you go somewhere and she's like, oh my god, like that color is my favorite color, then you have her favorite color without even asking, you know? Like, it's like, try to be really attentive, remember everything she likes and dislikes, write it down on a sheet of paper that you have sort of like a profile of like what she likes and dislikes. If there's not enough there to like give you like ideas of like what you could do which she's gonna love, talk to her friends. Talk to her family, like talk to anybody who knows her better than you. And try and find out what she loves and what she doesn't love. And then try and plan her birthday with all the things she loves. And I don't know, I think the more you show, like the more you find out, the more sort of in-depth detailed knowledge you show you know about her, and like the more spot on it is, the better it's gonna be. Like, this is like showing people that you see them, making them feel seen is essentially what love is all about. So try to really see her, try to really understand her. Listen to everything she says and just write it down, like make notes about what she likes, what she doesn't like. and then you're gonna have ideas about like, okay, like she loves this and she loves that and she likes this and this one she thought was really cute, and then you're naturally gonna have a whole bucket list of things you can do. But yeah, so I would stay away from generalized ideas for women, because not all women are the same. We're so different. And really try to get to know your woman specifically. When you come to zombies and ice wedding with fantasy nerd reference galore, of course. Like, if I could, I would marry you too. We call it modding and not wedding. Oh my god. Yeah, I would love that. I would cancel any plan I have. The hippos bite hard. Can I put my leg inside its mouth? Have you seen hippos, bro? Like, why would you? Like, you know, the way hippos look, bad. Like, hippos can bite through boats and can make boats sink. You think your leg is more resilient than a boat? Yeah. Yeah. What happened, by the way, with Posky? Like, he just, like, they just weren't able to see any stream. They just saw, like, widescreen the entire time. That's so odd. And hi, Navandro, by the way. Welcome, welcome. And 69, welcome to the stream as well. Oh, guys, we've been going on for so much longer. Oh. Maybe they studied the Shuolin art of Mighty Steel Leg. Yeah, sure. I mean, then they don't need to ask me though, right? I was thinking if I was fast enough to take it out before it bites. How would you take it out? It has like skin as thick as I don't know what. Like I don't even know how you would like I think if you can't even just shoot hippos. Like I don't think they're gonna die on the first shot actually. Like I think it's like a rhinoceros type of situation. Where they're just bulletproof, low-key. Well, they're probably gonna be less bulletproof than, like, rhinos, but... You know, like, we're not gonna, like, I don't... Just don't take the hippo out, though, you know? Because, like, hippos are amazing. Just, you know, like, leave the animals alone. Yeah. They're so fast. Like, hippos are really, like... Have you seen videos of, like, angry hippos? They're fucking scary. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Carl, you know, like, you're responsible for your own life. And as long or short as it will be. Yes, I think they need 8 anesthesia injections to make them sleep. This sounds about right. Like, hippos are insane. Yeah. The hippo question is... I hope your cat is gonna be fine, Speedy. Good luck. He's just sleeping the entire time. He has his eyes like slightly open, like the slightest, but I don't know. I don't think he's there. No. The eye is like open, but like nah, not really. Like he doesn't react to it. How can he sleep if there's like so much noise around him? Oh, look at him. Zach just came home. Look how he... Do you guys see how he looks? Like, look at his ears. Oh, no. He's like, when he wakes up, he's like... He looks so funny because he puts his ears like all the way back. And then... Oh, you guys don't really like see it from that perspective. Like, but he looks really stupid. Have you found out what rotation means? Walking up to that plant to piss the plant off. Yeah. Alright, guys. So, let's finish up the stream. It was a pleasure to have you all here today. This is my Discord link. And then whoever wants to support me and the stream and this mission can head over to my shop. And this is my YouTube link as well. If there's like, there's gonna be like the vlogs, what am I saying? The VODs of the stream up there. So if you want to rewatch something, you can rewatch it there. And yeah. Thank you everybody for being here. It was a pleasure. It was a really nice talk. Really nice stream. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, then see you guys like probably tomorrow to work. For co-working, but we'll see. I'm gonna not make the leaving routine, the wrapping up the stream routine today, because I really overextended way too long and I have like a headache and I just want to get back like away from the PC, honestly, ASAP. But we'll see each other soon again. It was a pleasure. And take care of yourself. Like, drink something, like hydrate, air out your room, eat something, make sure you move, you know, like apparently like you're supposed to move like every 25 minutes you're sitting. You're supposed to like stand up and move. So yeah. Take care of yourself, do something healthy for yourselves, and then see you